out. That's what I know, you know. I mean, oh yeah.
So we got two different.
Okay. Right, what time? Tell me what time. 3. Oh, go ahead. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I got 3 complaints. I got some in that trash can, and once you get a complaint, like, yeah, family friend that we have, somebody blessed her will to give to a stepfather. Her stepfather paid about $120. And she said, I'm giving somebody that always gave it to me. Came over there today and gave it to him, every color. I just looked. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Oh, yeah. He's in the church. I said, where I want to sit. I said, I enjoy it. I laugh and talk. When I get out of there, I'm going home. I go talk to him. Ask him. I go down there and tell him that you gave me a good one. Okay. No, I can do that. Oh, no. And then I gave Sister Stewart a good one. But yeah, I wanted to go in. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down.
The time is now 4:41 p.m. on Monday, September 23rd. I call this Special Affairs Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett? Present. You have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. It's now time for the reading of the disorderly persons City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery, disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, the individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. Are there any requests for agenda changes and/or additions? Are there any requests for agenda changes and/or additions? Seeing as how there are no requests for agenda changes or additions, it is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the City Council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance of the City Council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. First speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. For the record, to you, Ms. Mashat, through the 9th Ward, I want you to answer after you have your 2 minutes to address the audience, to address what in the late Mays, what is the handkerchief head Negro is. Do you find that for the people so we can know? That was his last, he was defined. And you got that, sir? Nod your head if you understand. That's 9th Ward, I got it right? Okay. And now, about the situation in U of M. We need some people that look like the first ward people's on the trustee board to call the shots. They've been giving up too many loans to people in Flint. They make the council look bad, like they don't know what they're doing. Like Pastor Flynn's, he got an education in giving out money, but they telling him don't know how to open up a supermarket. Been there for about almost 10 years now. He come to wait 8 more years, and he retired from ministry and still can't, trying to make a preacher look bad. And you see, he put the Eagle Club. He run the whole school and act people of color don't know how to run the whole city. That's why I wanted the dude in the councilman in the 9th Ward to break what is a handkerchief head Negro in the honor of late Mays, because in the seat is not empty. And that's another thing about the garbage situation. Everybody in Flint got 2 garbage cans. The mayor downstairs called himself doing us a favor because he didn't turn the trucks back into the red trucks. He taking care of other counties by getting a whole fleet of new garbage trucks and stuff like that, and don't know outside, taking care of just like the police department. They come here and get trained and go to their own cities and start their own fleets up, using us as a cash money, and nobody's saying nothing about it like it's okay. And the only people doing something about it is the MOT and calorie and stuff, giving to them Rubicon houses, the dope people, whatever they is, and they got all them garbage cans. They got to get their 2 garbage cans too. And they got so many, they're gonna start a warehouse of selling garbage and all. And the mayor don't give a care, and he act like it's okay, And the people's out there in Philadelphia, stay tuned. And don't ring the Liberty Bell till we get through selling this poison water situation. That's it. I mean,
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Beverly Lewis.
Good afternoon. I've tried my best to stay professionally neutral and out of the public eye in the controversy surrounding Hasselbring's lease. However, I've been moved to stand before you today. I've heard your views on the situation and acknowledge your overall desire to assist by amending the contract to make it fair and equitable. Your support in promising to do what's right by our seniors and the organization is encouraging, and for that, I thank you. The real issue lies with the administration. After months of negotiating, which included bullying and threats to send the services out for bid, we landed on what we felt was the best we could get. The mayor's office gave the impression that they, not you, were the authority on finalizing the deal. At that time, contrary to one councilperson's belief, we did not reject, but signed the lease, agreeing to what was presented to you. I can appreciate that, like us, you did not feel it was reasonably fair, so you set it aside. Since then, the administration has been busy making demands of compliance to a lease that has not yet been formally formalized, making claims of unlawful activity by us, creating false narratives about the delivery of letters, attempting improper interference and micromanagement of the organization, and making defamatory statements about our operations and myself personally. This makes it clear that rather than resolving this issue professionally, the mayor's office has taken action to make it an unnecessary public spectacle. Their actions are the direct result of us not being able to sign our contract with the county for the 24-25 fiscal year funding, which starts in 8 days. The last thing we wanted to do was create undue stress for our seniors, but this is what the administration's actions have done. I'm asking council to continue to stand for what's right and ratify an appropriate contract today, if possible, so we can get our millage signed and go back to, go back to concentrating again on the business of servicing and supporting our seniors. One more thing. I'd like to add that the city has not been transparent with us on the facilitation and spending of grant monies that they received on our behalf 2 years ago. We are also asking for you to support us in requiring that they open their books and give us a full account of all spending related to those grants. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Athena McKay.
Good evening. My name is Athena McKay, Executive Director of Flint Innovative Solutions and the CEO of Greater Links Enterprises. I'm here to speak on behalf in regards to Hasselbring Senior Center. As Director Lewis has mentioned, Madam Director has mentioned, this disturbance is grossly affecting the well-being of our tax-paying, voting seniors and residents. While I was trying to conduct a community conversation, it took over 30 minutes, and we had to shut it down because they had so many questions and were bothered. They could not get the information they came to receive because of this situation. Couple points. Hasselbring Senior Center is a 501c3 corporation. The building is called Hasselbring Park Community Senior Center. There's two different entities here. There is a millage check being held up by the county for Hasselbring Senior Center. Their fiscal year starts October 1st, and they have not received the funds that have been due to them. The alcohol issue that the city is using as a stall tactic is not in the lease that was negotiated in since February of 2024. If this is a true city ordinance that city property cannot have alcohol, that is a simple amendment of a contract in which we, as in the board and Ms. Lewis, can sign with the rest of the amendments. Last week when we were here, it was the debate was about the $500. The debate is not the $500, more so than the fact that it's being micromanaged by egotistical administration. Burston Senior Center, Burston Fieldhouse has a 25-year lease with no lease. But these seniors and this board needs to pay $500 to provide services. That's ridiculous. In my last 30 seconds, the resolution that you all said that you would come back and talk about today was removed from the agenda late last night. That's an issue that we need to consider when we look at our administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Melissa Zaremski.
Hi, my name is Melissa Zaremski. I live in the 1st Ward. It's very disappointing how y'all want to do, some of you want to do our seniors in this community. If it wasn't, actually, if it in any community, if it wasn't for our seniors, none of us would even be here. Okay? Are you serious? Leon, I notice every time you lie, you gotta I dated a man like you that every time he lied, he always got and then he's talking and Dude, I don't give two shits what kind of money that, you were promised.
Madam Clerk, stop her time.
Why?
Is her speaker slip fully filled out?
Oh, that's kind of funny. You want to pull that? Let's pull that, because guess what? I swore last week. You want to pull that video up, sweetheart? Because y'all didn't say nothing last week. And then before Liddell Lewis got in here last week, y'all didn't mind any of the seniors to sit there and voice.
Cut that mic, please.
You didn't mind if they went past their time until Liddell Lewis walked in. So stop it.
That is your first warning. Cut the mic. Madam Clerk, was her speaker slip fully filled out? Madam Clerk, was her speaker slip fully filled out?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, was her speaker slip fully filled out?
Yes.
Pursuant to Rule 29.8, any person at a council meeting may be called to order by the president or any council member for failure to be germane, for vulgarity, or for speaking in excess of allotted time, or any other violation of these rules. Pursuant to Rule 29.9, any person who is called to order shall yield the floor until the chair shall have determined whether he or she is in order. If a person is determined to be out of order, the person must yield the floor and forfeit any remaining time. So according to Rule 29.8, there is no vocabulary. So according to Rule 29.9, I am pulling your time. You already have your first warning. Please remove yourself from the lectern. It's a lectern. All right, that's your second warning. Please, you are removed from this meeting. Officer, please remove her from the meeting. You may have a seat with that sign because you should not be up at the lectern. That is your first warning. She is removed from this meeting, officer. And the lady in the blue has her first warning. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Carol McIntosh.
Good evening. I'm Carol McIntosh, your first ward councilperson candidate. I just would like to say it's a shame that our seniors are down here fighting for a space in our community. It's sad that we can't trust our leaders to be transparent and tell the truth and make contracts openly in good faith. It is sad that we as residents have to become attorneys to make sure we're properly represented. We are counting on you to hold this administration responsible. We are counting on you to stand up for us. You asked for those positions to represent the people, not yourselves. We shouldn't have to fight with you to tell you what is going on in the community with us that we're unhappy about. That shouldn't be an argument. You should receive those things openly. It is your job to be a catalyst for us and go back to the administration and let them know what we need and to sit down with them and to navigate those processes on our behalf. You are not representing the people. You are not doing your job. Just because you have the authority to make the vote, you still have a responsibility.
I'm sorry, Ms. McIntosh, 1 second. Can you please pause her time? Will both the council and the audience please silence your phones? Madam Clerk, will you please restart her time?
You have a responsibility to do right by us. Hooking and crooking, cutting in the dark, side dealing, allowing the administration to take advantage of us to cipher off the community's prosperity is nothing short of appalling. We are asking you, Mr. Leon Elamine, Councilman Elamine, we are asking you to do right by us and do your job. We are asking you to not hustle us along with this administration. We know when we're being done wrong. We didn't just start being residents when you all got up there. We've been residents in this community for decades. We know when we're not being done right. We are asking you to stand for something. We're calling you out today, and the fact that this was taken off the agenda when you knew we were looking forward to dealing with this issue proves that you are reluctant when it comes to working with this community. It is your job to work with us. It's not an option. It's not a luxury. Okay? It's your job to deal with our concerns and to navigate for us as it pertains to situations dealing with the administration. It's your responsibility. Some of y'all knocked on our doors and asked for this position. Some of y'all asked us to support you in this capacity. We're asking you to do your job. Do your job.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Rosemary Morrow.
Hey, who left their phone? Hello, everyone. I'm Rosemary Morrow, and I reside in the First Ward. First, I want to say it's sad that it was taken off the agenda. That was just plain out wrong. Last week, it was mentioned that it would be brought back. That's why a lot of these seniors that don't feel well, and I know they canceled appointments to come here. So I want to say that's wrong. It's sad that we have to even be here about this, because as I mentioned before, in some cities and states, the administration takes care of their seniors. They give them money to take care of them and do programs. Our city of Flint, don't do that. So again, it's sad that we are even here at this point. The second thing I want to speak on is the director, Ms. Beverly Lewis. She's been doing an excellent job, a great job. I'm at Hasselbring several days during the week just volunteering, doing whatever I can, whatever they need done, from helping to clean up or whatever needs to be done with the seniors. And she goes out of her pocket. I know a rough estimate of what her salary is. She's not getting paid enough for what she does. But do she complain about it and mention it? No, she doesn't. And I don't know, and this is allegedly, that the job position was posted with the city of Flint, and somebody said it's like $80-something thousand. If that part is true, that's wrong, and she needs a heck of a pay raise. So that's wrong. The second thing I want to discuss is the trash cans. I don't know who thought that out. I've been driving up and down the streets when I've been passing out cards, because I'm also a write-in candidate for the First Ward. There are so many trash cans just sitting in front of vacant houses. I have watched people and heard people say, I'm getting that can. I'm not paying $95 for an extra can. So we got all these trash cans because we know how many abandoned houses there are in the city of Flint. Who's going to go around and pick up all those trash cans? And then the other part of that was, whose idea and how much did it cost to put the mayor's name on the sign? Who said that we are going to vote for him in 2026? Me personally, I didn't vote for him the last time. And then in 2026, who said something? And after what he's doing to the seniors, that's making a lot of seniors that have said to me, that makes me think twice, because how much did it cost? The last thing is the complaint form. There used to be a complaint form downstairs on that shelf for the ombudsman. I know we don't apparently have an ombudsman anymore, but the lady downstairs informed me that it's now the mayor's complaint form. What if the complaint is on the mayor and administration? So that's like a conflict of interest. So if somebody could tell us now who we supposed to complain to about anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Lottie Durrett.
I'm just here. Good afternoon, everybody, in support of the seniors in Hasselbring. I just want to say our seniors is everything. Y'all got to remember, these some of the people that sat down in that strike back in 1998, 2000, and they took a long time to stand with GM and took a short meal ticket to get what they stand on. So when you go against the seniors, this y'all voting class right here. You can look at me, but sometimes I don't vote as much as they vote. They came through a struggle. Them people need that center. They need that center. Ain't no trickery going on. They not stupid. They not dumb. You can't fool them. You can't pull the wool over their eyes. They come from a generation of struggle and conflict where they had to do things as a young person, the civil rights and all this. They know when somebody trying to hook and crook them. They not stupid. Don't look at them because they can't work a computer. Don't mean they don't know their voting rights and who they should vote for. They've been around here a long time. They done been through this. It's sad when you have a black Democratic mayor, a black Democratic representative, a black majority of city council, a black majority of black Democratic voters, and they struggling. And then y'all wonder why people are looking to turn the other way to see who else will help us. We not getting help for the people that we voted in. Y'all are here to help, not take away from. You supposed to add to. That senior citizen center been fine all these years. Trust me, I grew in that neighborhood in 1989. I know how long Hasselbrink been there and the struggles it went through as a kid. You hung around in the parking lot and flew kites and did fireworks. We know what this senior means to these people. I got 3 or 4 family members that's members. They have gone on to glory, but that's where they hung out at. I can walk through that parking lot and see some of my uncles and aunties hanging around that place. And for y'all to come in, I'd agree and spite and want to take what they fought so hard to get together. They didn't ask y'all for nothing. They not coming to y'all, help us out, we need y'all. They not. Y'all going to their door and buying y'all way in there and taking over. That ain't fair to them. Y'all better look at them. Y'all remember when voting time, don't let nobody pull no wool over your eyes. Everybody gonna want to be a mayor. Everybody gonna want to be a council. Everybody gonna want to be a representative. I will vote the opposite way. Before I let them take it from me and put them in a position to win, I'd rather see them lose. Y'all better turn y'all cheek on these suckers.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Lawana Terry. Lawana Terry.
My name is Lawana Terry, and I'm here in support of the seniors. Just to let them know I got their back, because one day I will be a senior. And I'm also here on behalf of the young people of Burston. Now, I danced at Burston when I was 5, and I'm 47. And we have always parked in front of Burston. So I don't know which person from City Hall sent that email saying you can't park there no more. What? So I just want to know, y'all ain't got to say if it was y'all, but can somebody let me know who wrote that email? Because I want to personally talk to them. Because then they say we can't get out our car to walk our kids to the door. Who the fuck go let their kids walk across that busy street? So whoever wrote that email must not have no kids, don't care about youth. Apparently they don't care about seniors. All they care about is money. Then about the garbage cans, when the man dropped mine off, I just happened to talk to him. I said, oh, thank you for my garbage can. He said, honey, this garbage can don't belong to you. It belongs to your address. When you move, you gotta leave it. So y'all ain't gave us shit no way.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Gwen Wofford. Gwen Wofford.
Did you say Gwendolyn Wofford? Did you say Gwendolyn Wofford?
Madam Clerk, can you repeat that name, please?
Yes, Gwen.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm standing here because I just had a gentleman in my ear about Hasselbrink. He wanted to know why the city want to charge Hasselbrink more than what the dollar that they had been charging them. We have other centers in the area. Why would Hasselbrink have to be picked out, targeted? If you're going to do something, target all the centers at one time, make it happen one time, not pick in the black community, senior center, to attack. And basically the attack is not so much the center, I've learned. The attack is Miss Beverly. Miss Beverly asked too many questions. Miss Beverly wants answers to different questions, and the mayor and his bulldog don't want to answer them. So they say if we get rid of her, then we don't have to worry about it. But the city used to run that center over there, and then they took an entity, Miss Beverly, she came in, and she's brought that center up to where it needs to be. Why do they want to get rid of Miss Beverly? Because Miss Beverly is asking them too many questions. They did work over there in that center. I don't know how much money they say they got to do whatever they did over there. I'd like to know where on the books. I want to see actually how much they put in there, because the number that I'm hearing, they didn't put that in that center. I want to know if they put it in their pockets or they gave it to somebody else. We want to be able to go over there, and we want it transparent where we can go in and look at those books. Because you can go over to Hasselbrink anytime and ask for those books. You can't take them out of there, but you can go in there and ask, can I see the books? Can I see where the money's going? What's going here? What's going there? Can we do that at the city? Will the mayor let us go in there and look at those books and find out the money that has been given to them through grants and things like that? Are we getting all the money that we need over there that has been given to us? But they want to fight. They want to fight with Miss Beverly because she asking questions. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Nothing's broke over there other than them coming in trying to break us. If it's not broke, don't fix it. I'd like to know who changes the agenda and not let the people know. You know, I come down here because I thought we were on the agenda. I get down here, we're not on the agenda. So who's the individual that's putting things out on the agenda and then all of a sudden just take them out? Like I say, it's cold outside, I got arthritis. You know, when it's cloudy out there, I don't want to be out here. I got another question. I know I don't have much time, but like I say, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Leave our director alone. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Leave our director alone. Give her the support that she needs.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Eddie Matten.
All right then, how y'all doing this evening? My name is Eddie Madden in the First Ward. And again, sometimes I may say things that somebody might not appreciate it, but I still love you. First of all, I want to appreciate the efforts that this council has put into helping the center maintain its order of business. But you're not done. By a long shot, you're not done. I want to direct some of my comments toward my council person. But first, I want to say, yes, I see a lot of signs say if Eric Mays was here, this wouldn't be happening. That's true. But we have to let Eric Mays rest because we don't have him here no more. We got Mr. Elamine. He has to learn how to be a servant of the people because right now, it ain't working. It just ain't working. When I was growing up, my grandmother used to say, look, when you're young, cover your mouth. When you want to whisper, say, excuse me. I don't see that out of him. None at all. He gets buddy-buddy with the mayor and all of that type of good stuff. That's not in the best interest of your constituents, and that's not the best interest of your personality as a First Ward council person when you were hired to represent the First Ward, not represent the mayor. If you want to be buddy with the mayor, that's cool. But when you took that hat as first council person, you took that hat to run the show for the people of the First Ward. And that's what you have to maintain. Do it any way you want to do it, but I can tell you right now, if you keep going there like that, you won't be First Ward councilman for very long. Okay. The trash cans, I agree with whoever said, hey, why he got his name on the side of them trash cans or not because, hey, somewhere or another he found some money that he wanted to say, oh, this extra funds, I can do this here, I can do that there with it. Okay? No. It don't work like that, okay? Because I remember there was a time when people wanted to put something on the water bills about, I guess, I don't know, people getting their water shut off or whatever. We can't got the money. We can't waste money like that. I look at that as a waste of money, putting this name on the side of a trash can, okay? I look at that as a waste of money, all right? He needs to come up with a better plan instead of Hasselbrink about what they are doing to serve the public. Hasselbrink went down one time years ago from some of that same crap. What y'all want to do is prevent that from happening again. Like I said, history ought to be a teacher, okay? It ought to be a teacher. So I'm just saying, hey, I'm begging you. Hey, look, y'all got to get in front of this. As simple as that. You got to get in front of this. Thank you much.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Tori Robinson.
Hello, how y'all doing? It's my first time down here. I think I'll be back more often. First, I want to address 2018, I moved into the 5th Ward. I spent $1,000 on the privacy fence. Come out one day, they stole it. I'm riding around the neighborhood, glad I didn't see it. My wife begged me, don't. I see my fence. Call the police, email the mayor, the council person at that time. Guess what? Long story short, nobody did nothing. I ended up getting my fence back because somebody else bought the property, and he heard about it, brought it back to me. About the trash cans, I didn't know they was in front of abandoned houses because they gave my neighbor 4. I got 0. They skipped me. I don't even know how to get a trash can. The sidewalks, I don't know why they fixing abandoned lots and abandoned houses. I need a sidewalk and can't get mine done. It's trash been in front of my house for almost 2 months where they tore down the garage. You know, the only person reached out to me, thank you, Miss Winfrey. She did. I emailed Blight. I even see them ride down the street. I mean, come on now. If my car had a flat and sat on the street for a week, they gonna put a ticket on it. I got nails in my driveway, hoping I don't get a flat from all this trash my neighbor done left over there for 2 months. That's about it, thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Carl Lewis.
Hey, family, how y'all doing? Councilman Eric Mays would not allow this to happen. Where is our representation? No, brother, the spirit leads. Straight up. Assalamu alaikum, Bob. I'm always going to address you because you know wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. You feel me? This is a whole nother realm, brother. And we know that. I respect you as a brother. First and foremost, I respect everybody. But you got to give respect to earn respect. You done that. Brother, it's like we don't know what Denver Basie, David Walker, Soldier of Truth, Soldiers, Harry Tubman, we don't know what they went through, but we know what their spirit and what our history showed that we went through. And not to count nobody else because our blessing became other people's blessings. And it's like this. I ain't coming on you like that.
Please pause the time, Madam Clerk.
Might be jigsaw call. I don't know. Let me cut it off. Don't mess with me today, sis. I'll call you back. Sorry about that. But no, on the real. Cause you know what? This is democracy as we know it. And you know, I take my hat off to each and every one of y'all, even though I don't agree with each and every one of y'all. But Brother Jared, I love you. Brother Pfeiffer, I love you. Sister Burns, I love you. Niece, I love you. And everybody else suspect. Because y'all ain't loved us and y'all ain't loved these people and these seniors. Ain't no way they should have to look at you, President, and you got your head down like you Donald Trump. You should be the first out for these people. It should be no word. You done got your snatch and grab. This ain't no 3-car Molly. You know what it is. You feed these seniors. You got people your age. I'm a Lewis, but I'm from a different plantation. Remember that. But I love you, sister, straight up. And you got to stand with your people because your people could be everybody, but your people is the one stand with you in the trenches. And Leon Elamine, the weight got on you, baby. I mean, it is what it is. You got good ground to tread on, bro. You ain't got no raggedy ground to tread through. Eric left you good ground. You feel me? I'm done.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Percy Knapp.
Hello, I'm Percy Knapp. I'm the president of the board of directors up the House of Breen. Contrary to what's been said before, I did not speak to anyone to tell them to turn down that lease that we had signed for the city. That I heard it said that I come down here and told you guys not to sign it. You did what your conscience told you to do. And I'm saying shame. Shame on the mayor. Shame on whoever did not put House of Breen on the agenda today. Because, to give you a little history, House of Breen was shut down a couple of times. Eric Mays did not like this. He got together with Brian Nolan, the office of OSS, the mayor's office, the administration at that time, and they got together, they come up with a solution to be able to run House of Breen. What they did, they went and got Deborah Gilbert from over the east side, which she's very knowledgeable on the senior citizens. She was the CEO. Plus, what also happened, everyone agreed on this. And they formed a board, and we got a 501(c), and we became a board of directors. And now the city wants to direct us, which is appalling. During this time, for some history, House of Breen was the first senior citizen center erected in the county of Genesee. And it was up on Holmes and M.L. King, which now Reverend Dr. Wheeler's church. But the board was formed, and we hired our Madam Director, Beverly Lewis. God sent her to us. He sent her, and she's very devoted to what she does. And we think it's appalling that they want to micromanage us now. And when everything was agreed that the board would run that center. And the city, since that time, the city has not signed one contract with the county for the funds. It goes through the board. And we hired Madam Director to take care of day-to-day operations. And I charge each and every last one of you down here to do what's right and just for the seniors of this community. For you're all going to get old one day, you keep living.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Jatheen Brandon Ross.
Good evening, and at the moment, I don't know if it's really my turn because it went from 112 when he was speaking to 51. So that was 61 seconds that he didn't get. And yes, it did do that because I was watching. It went from 112 and then it went to 51. Now, let me tell you something. I didn't really want to come down today because I had a lot to do at school. I wasn't able to put on my Flint Live Batter shirt, but I had to come. As I was coming down, the bus said, bringing people together for the betterment of the community. And it had Brian Nolan's face on it. Then I stopped, and I said, oh, Saturday, I went to the store, and it says, our community is where all the boldness and the blackness goes down. It's where moves are made and voices are heard. Because in this place, we matter. In this place, we are safe, we are loved, and we are blessed because we have one another. Now, I tell you, when I read that made me think of a long time ago, the shoulders that I'm standing on, from Floyd J. McCree to Sylvester Broom, Odell Broadway, Annie Mae Die, Reverend A.J. Pointer. Oh, I'm running down Metropolitan, but there are so many others, because the most important one is the shoulder that I'm really standing on, who was lifted by God, and that's my father, Max Brandon. There is no way he would sit there and just say, oh, well, they can do this, they can run that today. Oh, they're not going to vote on it today, but they're going to come back to it. I don't believe that. I think it's something that's in the waters that's telling me that something's going down that's not going to be right. I just feel it in my spirit. And if all of you who I bragged on, especially you, Mr. Pfeiffer, because you said we didn't need to pay but $1. You said that last week. Someone else said Beverly Lewis should still be over the center. They said that to my left because I heard it out my left ear. I tell you, because all of you have come together and you're supposed to be serving the community, I'm really counting on you. I'm the young lady who slept on City Hall's lawn for the housing, and I was a teenager. So you taught me to stand up. You taught me what to do. And here you are as a group, and we're down here talking about what you're going to do to the center, and you want their money? I can't believe it. I'm appalled. I'm upset. And God knows every last one of your names.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Let me start off with this. A motion is always in order. It don't have to be on the agenda. Tanya, Winfrey, Pfeiffer, Jonathan, put a motion on the floor for Hasselbrain for $1. Motion is always, as soon as you get the floor, put a motion on it. Let me discuss this real quick because this is my first time back since Leon lied. Leon, you sat up there and told that bald-faced lie about we didn't work together. You didn't know that I gave Dr. Shaw money for those service lines that was put in at your house. Yeah, that's when I was contributing. You didn't know that I was the person that did that. You didn't tell the people that I was the person when we started Flint Coalition at Sylvester Broom Center, that I was the person that came up with the idea. You didn't tell the people that I was the person that took you, Tip, and my homeboy KK down to meet Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan down in Detroit at the Cadillac Western. You didn't tell him that. You didn't tell him that I was the person that took you and all the rest of the ex-felons to meet Mayor Weaver back in 2019 when she was running. You a liar, bruh. You're a liar. And that's the sad part. For you to sit back and lie and say that I was the reason why you voted against the ordinance to put everybody in the back, that's how you lied, bruh. You made it personal. When I said politically, you do not make a great council person. That's what I said. And you can't even accept that. Quincy, I told you that you was too emotional. Now watch after I get done talking and it's your 2 minutes, you're going to turn around and be emotional. Liddell, let me tell you something. You are the most crookedest person on this council. You brought Eric what's his name? Eric Eggleston. You brought him down here from Saginaw. Did you know that he just got indicted by the feds? Did you know that they shut his business down over in Saginaw? Did you know that? That they took back the $100,000 that they was going to give him in ARPA funds? See, y'all sit up here and vote for people in their 501c3s and don't do any background, no research, no nothing, man. But y'all want to mess with Hasselbrain. Y'all want to mess with Hasselbrain. let me say this real quick. Seniors, First Ward, do not vote for Leon Elamine because he's going to satisfy you right now. He's going to satisfy you right now, and then after the election, he's going to go to work on you. Third Ward, do not vote for Quincy Murphy because Quincy Murphy is too damn emotional. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Audrey Muhammad. Audrey Muhammad.
I don't know how I'm going to come after you, Art. My name is Audrey Muhammad. I reside in the 2nd Ward. I'm going to try to go as fast as I can. I know I'm limited to 3 minutes. First of all, I hate to talk about them trash cans, but I don't like the mayor's name being on there. I think I should put tape, and I think we all should call the Attorney General's office and see if it's really legal, because I don't want his name. That's advertisement for him to run in his campaign, and he shouldn't be doing that. Call the state attorney general's office tomorrow, everybody. That is not legal. I will not put those trash cans by the street with his name on it. I will not do no free advertisement for him, not when he's stealing our money. To the Senior Citizen Center. Ms. Beverly, you've been there. You've been doing an excellent job. I saw the center come back. I seen it come back. I seen where it was at and how it was moving in the right direction. I was mad because I wasn't old enough to get in. They told me, no, you got to wait a couple more years. I do need to come, but I'll be working through the day. But you keep doing a great job. Y'all keep supporting her. Keep going up there, doing everything you can. She does an excellent job there. It's poppycock, as they say. They want to use that because you asking questions about accountability, what y'all doing with that money. We need to be asking more accountability for what's happening with a lot of the money, especially the ARPA funds y'all been giving to these 501c3s. What's happening to the money? People getting turned around, services ain't happening. So y'all didn't even ask questions. A lot of things we know didn't get asked when those 501c3s was asking for money. That's just ridiculous. And I got a bone to pick about when people come, you got residents in the city of Flint that work every day. Many of us don't get off till 4:30, 5 o'clock. And then you can't even come in and sign in to speak because once the gavel is hit, all of the signs, the forms got to be taken in. That's your job, and I know that's your job. But that's not fair to the citizens of Flint. But yet and still y'all say y'all here for the citizens. Somebody put something on the floor and ask for something for the citizens to be able to have some free justice. That don't make sense. And I'm going to bring it to you because we was at the ENA board meeting a couple weeks ago, and the front door got locked. Ain't that a violation of the Public Meetings Act? The doors was locked at 7 o'clock. I had to go downstairs and let Rich Jones in the meeting. And the first thing they wanted to do with the ENA board was cut the board and say, well, we just going to end the board meeting. Too late. You already in violation. That's a violation of the law. Where's the accountability? ENA board ain't got it because they ain't holding themselves accountable. I wrote up 2 complaints and gave them to Joe King that day, and ain't nothing been said to me yet. I was told by Mr. King he was going to give me a call. He said, well, these forms this ain't really the way you got to fill it out and turn it in, because I wrote it, handwritten it out on a piece of paper. But I screenshot it. I took a picture of it, so I got it. And he said, I'm going to send you the form. That's been 2 weeks, and I haven't received it yet.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Rich Jones.
How y'all doing this evening? Like Mr. Woodson said, put it on the floor. Put it on the floor. Put it on the floor. Let me say something else. The reason why I'm running for the 3rd Ward City Council seat is because I came up here and I asked y'all, before y'all spent a dime, and you went through all kinds of excuses like you couldn't do it, and then now you gave it to all your nonprofits. Hadn't done nothing for your people. So I'm running for office so I can put it on the floor. I'll find a way to put it on the floor because the money's gone now. Got to find the money again. Ain't that a shame? Ain't that a shame? Now let me say something, Miss Candace. You was wrong for what you did to Melissa. She said that she properly filled out that slip, and then you gave her a second warning. I don't know what's going on between y'all two, but it's definitely something, because you had it out for her. Y'all are council people. Y'all are not aggressors. But y'all are aggressors. I don't really think y'all council people. Because y'all are very aggressive against the public. And I want to see if I get addressed this time. Because y'all haven't addressed me in over 2 years. Y'all haven't addressed Miss Claire. All them times she came up and said, put it on the floor. Give us $15 million for our homes. Never happened. Never happened. Put it on the floor. Let's see who gonna vote for it, who ain't gonna vote for it. Now with this Hasselbring situation, whenever y'all bring it back up, which should be today, if the required signatures is not going to be put on that thing to make it happen, we deserve a public hearing. I done heard all kinds of stories. I done talked to council people, heard one story. I talked to Ms. Beverly herself, heard a story. Talked to administration, heard a story. Confused. So if y'all are not going to sign that agreement that Hasselbring agreed to, we deserve a public hearing. Now let's see if y'all address me today. Thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Kawana Mack.
One, two, three, four, po at your door. I want to say,
Madam
look
Chair.
at this.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Stop my
I just
time.
need to talk to you for 1 second.
Okay.
I'll wait. While I'm waiting, Hasselbring people keep coming, because they going to slide it past you. Yeah.
Starter time, Madam Clerk.
Okay, I want to look at page 9, resolution 240427T. This is $30,000 for the first ward for ARPA funds. That's just for first ward. Then he's on here on page 10. I'm sorry, page 8. No, 10. Wait a minute. Okay, well, Mr. Elamine is on here twice, getting $30,000, saying he's gonna help the Hasselbring people. But don't believe it. Seniors keep coming. This is what they do. They gonna hide it in here and pass it when y'all not here. That's what they do. Ladale Lewis back on here for $25,000 for her Cyrus Park. These people is anti-community, anti-senior, anti-disabled, anti-handicap, anti-people. The crooked 5, that's who got to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7. They not for the people. They keep getting the money, hiding and playing the shell game.
Don't be looking up here now. I'm going to love to talk to you. And I just can't wait till y'all get out of here. Gonna act like y'all gonna be for the people. Y'all not for the people. They for theyself. And I'll be keep coming. That's right. Help these seniors. No, they talk that junk. Miss Beverly is not gonna leave. This is not gonna happen. No, it is gonna happen. Y'all keep coming, and they try to be good, because we got company. But when y'all leave, they gonna pass all this stuff, and next thing you know, Miss Beverly gone, they done took over the center. And they only doing it to the black neighborhood, like y'all say. And Brennan Center, they need to come out too, because they next. Yeah, Elamine, come on over here. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? I say you on here for $30,000 twice to help the seniors. And then y'all gonna bring it back. And you said last week, Miss Beverly is not gonna leave, this and that, this and that. You doing what the mayor want to do. All of y'all. And I like when Eric Mays say, y'all doing what the mayor want y'all to do. You hear me? So go to jail right with that mayor. Man, I just love to look at you. How much time I got? All right. I'll see y'all next meeting. Look at that nice necklace Liddell got on. Hey, give me some of that ARPA money, so I can look good too. All right. Seniors, keep coming. They're gonna bring it back. They're gonna pass this. Everything else is poppy pop.
Clerk. This public speaker checked the council meeting box, but I'm going to read their name. Zach Hairston. Zach Hairston. The next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I'm in the 3rd Ward. I'm running for the 3rd Ward City Council seat. Liddell, you think you got over, but you ain't got by. You'll be okay though. You'll be okay. You say this the 4th time? You'll be all right. And anybody vote for 1st Ward, Leon, you're gonna be crazy. I'm just being truthful. I don't care what he's doing in that ward, and he's doing a good job. Y'all is blind. You like Ray Charles. That man gonna turn on y'all soon as he get the first chance. He's the mayor's puppet. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7 is the mayor's puppet. And we got to wake up, City of Flint. And we got to be able to stand for us to do right by the people. None of these 5 is doing right by y'all. Liddell get money every other month, and you 5 agree to it. But if Quincy put in something for something, he's gonna get it turned down. They gonna turn him down every time. Only thing they gave you, Quincy, is $30,000. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Anytime you put in something or ask for something for somebody else, they do not agree to it. I pray that you wake up. I really do. And I know that you're sick. I know you don't feel well, but you'll come up in here and you'll die waiting on to give a 5 vote, give your 5th vote. Liddell gonna kill you to the end. And I'm just being honest. Everybody think Liddell is sweet. Baby, she ain't sweet. Y'all better wake up. Y'all better wake up, them in that 2nd Ward. You people better wake up and see she's the devil in disguise. And I'm going to call it out, and I'm going to keep calling it out, and I'm not going to be ashamed of it. You need help. You really, truly need help. You think you got over? You think that them 93 people that they took their votes from them? 93 people, because you know we had you. You know we had you. That's why you was riding around when Jedediah got here to see if we had enough signatures. We had enough, but I don't know who you got in your pocket, but you're going to lose that seat. Watch what I tell you. 2026, you will not be in. How much you want to bet? Nobody's going to vote for you, so you better get all the money you can to 2026, because you won't get no more. Have a good day.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Eartha Logan.
Good evening, council members and my fellow residents of the city of Flint. On last week when I spoke, I said that I knew nothing about Judy nor Candace and Dennis personally, but I knew everybody else. I learned of Tanya and Jerry. I learned because I saw the things that they were doing and how they were standing up in the meeting for injustices being done. Now, my daughter called me and said, Mama, she said, did Liddell call herself telling you off? And I said, no, baby. I said, she didn't call out my name, but she did say her character hasn't changed. And I thought about that, and she said her character has been the same. And maybe it has been the same, but I didn't see that side. I really was disappointed how you and Candace got a bunch together and went on Dennis, sitting out of your seat when you and Candace both, Candace was on one side, and you took the seat that Jonathan is sitting in. And I got several calls and saying, is that the Liddell that you voted for? I said, nope, that's not the one I voted for. Her personality was altogether different. And I did have a lot of respect for Liddell because she did do a lot in Service Park, and she, what's the word they use, reopened the parks where people could enjoy it and go. She did do a lot there. But to cut up like you did was very disappointing. So maybe that was your character all along, but you hid it from me. And I'm saying it to your face. I'm not going to talk about you behind your back. I'm going to say it to your face. And you know the relationship we had. As far as Judy, all I know nothing about you, but when you are doing your meetings, take charge of your meeting and not let anybody else chair the floor. It's your meeting, you chair it. Jerry and Tanya, I respect you so much because I seen where you even tried to break it up. And it wasn't even allowed to be broken up, that fight. And I know that was the past, but I watched it away from home, and I'm back at home now, and I just thought it was a total disgrace about how the council was being ran. If anyone should have been put out of a meeting and the police called on, that day you should have been put out. Candace, I spoke to you today as I walked past Dennis. I spoke to him, and you didn't.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
I'm going to say
Next
this.
speaker, Madam Clerk. Your time is up. Please exit the lectern. That is your first warning. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. That is your second warning. She is removed from this meeting.
I wish one of these officers would come forward and put your hands on me, because I'm not going to this.
Madam Chair.
Putting the seniors out. They putting the seniors out. Y'all disrespecting the seniors.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker for this meeting is Bethany Hazard. Bethany Hazard.
I think she left. You said that was the final speaker? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
My name is Bethany Hazard. I live in the 8th Ward. And I want to speak that we don't have democracy in Flint.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hazard. 1 second.
Oh.
If everyone could please be quiet so that we can hear the speaker. Go ahead, Ms. Hazard.
I think people know what they're up against. We're starting to figure it out. We don't have democracy in Flint. Flint is an oligarchy. I've been here long enough. Ridgeway White bought the deaf school, and now we pay more in rent annually than what he bought the place for. They took $1. They sold our farmers market for $1 to Ridgeway White. The people paid taxes on that place for years. I want to read a paragraph so people wake up and see what's going down. This was on the Mott Foundation's wall, Ridgeway White talking. This is what we're going to be up against. White is a vocal champion of the Foundation's support for a one-water approach to managing the nation's drinking water, stormwater, and wastewater systems. He is an ardent believer in the power of community foundations to be local leaders to a positive change in both the U.S. and the world. They want the foundations to own the water in the U.S. and the world. We do not have democracy here. And I think that's pretty scary that somebody wants to own all the water. The people should own the water as a whole. Okay, it's just like downtown development. That was a break off from the Mackinac Center for Public Policy, and I think most people know what that is. They passed Public Act 57, where we pay for everything they do. We pay these foundations. We pay them what should be public. We pay taxes for what they want. That's total fascism. This Flint is oligarchy. It's like a kingdom, and we're all serfs.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You said that was the last public speaker?
That's correct.
It is now time for council response. Council members may respond once all public speakers, to all public speakers only after all public speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who would like the floor?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. I want to apologize to all the seniors, not for my behavior, but for some of my colleagues, because the nastiness here, it is despicable. I stand with the seniors, and I stood for when Councilman Mays was not here with you, Beverly, and what you went through. Every time you called, I made sure I showed up. Every single time. And that center should not be any more than $1, because in mine, they have a 10-year agreement at my park for $1. They can do whatever they want, rent it to whoever they want, and it's not being micromanaged, period. So when I told you that, Beverly, back in February, I meant it. I stand on my word as a woman, because that's what I'm supposed to do, to stand for something. It's the same thing as you stated with Burston. Burston has a 25-year agreement. Why are we doing this to our seniors? It's happening to Hasselbrink now. It will be happening to Brennan Center next. Now, why are they doing it? You are being bullied. It's bullying tactics. For as much as you are fighting for what is right, the sad part is he is going to remove you from your position. They are out here lying on you, telling you that you're not going to get removed when they post a job on the website. This is the time that y'all need to stand up, fill these chambers, let them know, because they can't arrest us all. It's time to stand up. It don't have to just be the seniors. You got nieces, nephews, sons, daughters, grandchildren, your neighbors. Because you come here and, they put you out. And as a matter of fact, you do not have to sign that slip to speak. All you have to do is check the box and place your name. You do not have to sign it. You can check with the city attorney, because I checked with several attorneys, including ours. You can speak without signing it, giving up your rights. Secondly, we talk about those trash cans. He should not have his name on them. He's promoting himself with tax dollars, and we didn't agree to do it. Simple as that. We got to come together with those who want better for our city, because some of these people do not care up here.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank everyone for being here tonight. I want to touch on a couple of things, and I agree. The mayor's name should not be on those trash cans. I was appalled. Someone sent me a picture of one of the trash cans, and his name is on that trash can. He should not be using public funds to campaign. This mayor is always in campaign mode. But it's a shame. The mayor's actions toward Hasselbrink and the leadership of Hasselbrink, I am appalled. And I want the seniors to know I stand with you. We have a resolution on the table tonight, on the agenda tonight, whereas First Ward Councilman Leon Alameen wants to use $6,000 of his $30,000 for the ward, his ward money to pay $500 a month for 1 year of y'all's lease. So you know what he's trying to do. He's trying to buy your votes. He's trying to buy your votes. That's what he's trying to do. But I'm going to tell you what my colleagues going to do. They're going to call for the question, and they're going to vote for it. The 5 of them. It's a shame. The corruption in this city, it's a shame.
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during public speaking? I don't know what that means.
Hello.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
First, thank you all for coming out and speaking. I got here late, so I didn't hear all of the speakers. I know you guys are concerned about Hasselbring. I know I personally is not looking to try to shut down the programming or anything at Hasselbring. I like the young lady that run Hasselbring. We have worked together at Ophelia Bonner Park, which is in the 3rd Ward, and we had a good working relationship. What I don't like is when my colleagues make accusations of what she think we might do on a vote. If my colleague want to take $6,000 of his ward account and use it towards Hasselbring to offset the cost, that means she don't have to pay no rent for Hasselbring for a year. Problem solved. Could y'all hold my time?
Audience members, you will have to refrain from yelling out. You had your time to speak publicly. It is now his time. He has the floor. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. And it's unfortunate that you can have Beverly Biggs come up here and say that I'm sick or whatever. I don't know who ain't never in their life been up under the weather, but what is sick is an individual like you that is running for office and come up here and make humiliating statements against colleagues and other people, talking about bras and Pampers and who's sick, who go die and all of that stuff. Who is you to tell somebody when they go die and somebody go make somebody die? I mean, you really is going over and beyond your reach as an individual human being to tell somebody when they go or somebody controlling them. It is very unfortunate. What is sick is people that's clapping for this stuff that y'all hear people making derogatory comments and y'all ain't denouncing that stuff.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 1st Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. I definitely want to thank the residents for coming out, especially those in support of Hasselbring, as we all are. Let me get a couple things clear. From the time I've been appointed on council, I have been working with the Hasselbring as well as trying to figure out what was going on with not having been a lease since 2016 over at Hasselbring, since 2016. So then when we got into the negotiations, I'm the one that helped negotiate it down to $500 because they was trying to charge them $2,000. I also had a resolution to bring the lease up here today, and for some reason it's not on here. That's why you also see my resolution that was amended, because I also wanted to add another caveat to pay the lease for one whole full year. So for a whole year, Hasselbring will not have to pay any rent. So any money or whatever that's coming on, they'll be able to say that and use it towards whatever they need to use it towards. So all this other nonsense about somebody's not advocating for the seniors, since day one I've been advocating for the seniors. I have programs up at Hasselbring. My grandmother, my uncles, and my aunts stay right down the street from Hasselbring who utilize the facility. So for these individuals who coming up here, my political opponents and so forth, and this person not gonna do all of this is nonsense. This is just nonsense. But for that same individual, we seen the good job you did on the school board. They paying money out right now, ain't they? And for that other individual with all these lies and all this nonsense, I'm on the phone with the individual that you mentioned. I'm not even gonna get into it. He just told me to laugh at you, but this stuff needs to stop because y'all the ones bringing that nonsense to the seniors and got them up in the uproar. I've been working with Miss Beverly and her team from the time I've been on here, set in the negotiation with her and Ed Taylor when things was at a standstill, when they both sides had attorneys and everything. And then they was getting nowhere, and we got back to the table and started negotiating things. So miss me with all that. You can pull this political stuff with somebody else. The real people see all that real work happen out there, trees being removed, sidewalks being
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
You know, I thought about staying out of this fight, and I've said, as I said last week, I said that I support seniors 100%. And I am so happy that you guys have an active, well-run senior group. Amen. Because there isn't one in my ward. I'm celebrating for you guys on that point. But also, I want you to think about this, is that the city is paying to clean your building.
Please pause our time. Pause our time. Pause our time. Please refrain from yelling out. The audience has had their opportunity to speak. It is now time for council response. If you have filled out a speaker slip, you will speak again if you check the box marked for council, so you have an opportunity to correct something if someone has said something incorrect during council, but please allow her opportunity to speak. Please start her time, Madam Clerk.
If you feel that I'm incorrect, this is the information I was given. Okay? So if that is true, that the city is paying for you to clean the building, then negotiate that the city doesn't clean the building, because that costs the city money. My colleagues said they wouldn't sign, they dropped the lease permanently, and I'm not fighting that. I'm not for or against the lease. I have no fight in this battle. I have no teeth in the game. I want to support the seniors as I am one. And I am aware of of senior activities held at different senior centers around this county. So I hate you going against my colleague, whether I agree with him or not. The fact of the matter is that I know he was involved in the lease and negotiating it to make it a better deal for you. So I don't understand why we're getting attacked for something that we dropped. We dropped it. Your fight is with the administration, not with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So I would like to address Rich Jones. Okay. So he's been addressed. So now I want to move on to the community slanderist, Arthur Woodson. It is very unfortunate that you would drag someone's name about being corrupt and a crook, just like you spread a slanderous post on Facebook dragging a lot of community leaders into his ploy to gain attention. What it is that anyone can come to any council members and share their ideas. But what Mr. Woodson failed to realize is that Youth Build and Mr. Eggleston did not receive funds from this council. So before anyone is called a crook, we need someone to call someone and get their information correct. And it is unfortunate that our colleague in the 5th Ward is using her seat. She's using her seat to talk against our appointed councilman in the 1st Ward. But according to our rules, because we must stand on rules, that's the problem. We don't stand on rules. The rule says that you may not speak to someone else's motives. And unfortunately, she was speaking to his motives. The only thing I see in the 1st Ward that wasn't happening, I see blocks getting cleaned up, trees getting cut, lawn getting fixed. I see things happening and moving. With Hasselbrink, he's moving with it. It's unfortunate that we have people that want to vilify all of us, and we're working on your behalf. I just had an event for the seniors at Hasselbrink, and it was dealing with cybersecurity, so individuals will know how to protect themselves. So when you talk about supporting Hasselbrink, you're talking to the wrong one. I support the entire city of Flint, specifically Hasselbrink, especially when I'm hosting events and I'm supporting. I'm in Hasselbrink quite often. Nothing will change. So let's focus on getting the work done and
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during public speaking?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. I too would like to thank those of you who came out tonight. I do and would and echo some of the sentiment of the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Some of what we're seeing by way of this Hasselbring situation, the direction of the ire does not necessarily fall with this body. And I thought I'd shared that last week, that, you know, this body, I was hopeful, and I stated last week that we would have the opportunity to revisit the lease today. And I left last week hopeful and under an assumption somewhat that we would have the opportunity to do so. Why it did not make it to agenda when we control our agenda, I don't know. But I was hopeful that tonight we would have been able to show you that we want to do, we collectively want to do and work on behalf of, even if it be brokering the deal. You know, we got one side on one group on this side, one group on the other, and we're right now in the middle. So yeah, we're the ones that are hearing and seeing the passion and actually have to look you in the face. You know, you all can stand outside and shout and don't have to necessarily have anybody look you in the face. But we got to sit here and take it, for lack of a better word.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Seeing as how there is no one else who wishes to speak during council response, I will take my time. As stated last week, while the passion is most assuredly understood and we get why you are upset, as my colleagues have already said, this resolution, when it was brought before us before, we were told by the gentleman who signed the contract, and we were also encouraged by our councilperson in the 1st Ward to go ahead and drop the issue, which this council did. And I understand that what happens is you all can't attend every meeting. You might miss the meeting, so you might have gotten some bad information. There aren't 5 people plotting to do anything. There weren't 5 people in favor of it. As a matter of fact, there were 0 people who voted for this contract that was signed by Hasselbring. It was signed, and when we were asked to drop it, we dropped it. We have shown that we are very much in favor of our seniors, that we support our seniors. I think that, again, there are a lot of misguided passions. There are a lot of information being given to you that is not correct. Another thing that I do want to point out is that when you speak on the 7th Ward, make sure you talk about the trees, the speed humps, the sidewalks, the roofs being replaced, the paint jobs, the senior housing that has been invested in. Make sure you talk about the CERT program. Make sure you talk about all of those other things that I do in my ward. Make sure you talk about my quick response times to residents. Make sure you talk about how my immediate attention goes to them, that they get called back immediately. When you talk about me and my work and you say you don't know anything about me, all you have to do is go ask my ward. All you have to do is watch how I work in my ward. Regardless to whoever made you feel however about me, if you state you do not know me, then I think it is very strange that you would comment on a complete stranger who has been nothing but supportive of her city her entire life. If anything, it should be applauded that you have a young person up here moving a ward forward in the way that they want to go. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think we will move on with the agenda. We will now take up. I need a motion for the consent agenda.
I would like to make a motion for a consent agreement with any separations.
All right, there's been a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Are there any separations?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
Total separation.
The entire. Thank you very much. The entire agenda has been separated. I will now entertain a motion on Resolution 240404-T, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds for the North Flint Food Co-op. Councilman Murphy, I believe you wanted to make a motion. Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to move Resolution 240404, reallocation of ARPA funds of North Flint Food Co-op to council.
There has been a motion on the floor to move this resolution to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported. Is there a discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy.
Is there anyone here on behalf of the Flint Food Market that can speak on this issue?
Is there anyone here on behalf of the Flint Food Co-op who can speak to this? I know that we did leave it here to obtain some more information. Is there anyone here? Okay, I think Ms. Dewar is going to join us. Thank you.
I see some movement. Good afternoon,
Hi.
Emily.
Actually, I did talk to the mayor to just confirm
I can't
this.
hear you.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Can we please pause the time?
Just the
Just one, really quick. We just gotta get that noise.
We are happy if the North Flint Food Co-op people want to talk, but that the administration has no other comments. So we are just leaving it at that.
Say that one more time.
If someone was here from the Flint the co-op that wanted to speak, but in terms of the administration, we've already made our comments on this resolution.
So is y'all good with us moving it to council?
So yes, I mean, yes, you do what you, but
You are good with us moving this to council?
So,
okay.
But we have no other comments to be made.
So
what the mayor, I cleared with the mayor. There are no other comments to be made. So
They have no other comments.
I got another question.
Go ahead.
This money will be channeled through R.L. Jones.
No. This is the Flint Food Co-op.
Madam Chair.
Hold on.
Madam Chair.
Oh,
Yes.
I got it. She just gave me a copy of the amendment.
Okay. I just wanted to point out that
there was a
mistake on the agenda. The agendas for the public weren't corrected, but council should have an amended, updated agenda with the right body.
We do. Council members, it is the smaller agenda
Oh, okay.
for us. Yep.
All right. Well, you guys are good with moving this forward. I'm done. I have no more questions.
All right, is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
So they sat before us, what was this, 2 weeks ago, and said that they were going to get us letters of confirmation that they would have the additional funding besides this. So I'm a no on this.
All right, thank
we have not received anything as far as I've seen. So they have no other funding available. So I'm a no.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who
Madam
wishes
Chair.
to speak? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Madam Chair, if I have heard from one resident, I've heard from 20 on this resolution. None of them wants me to vote for it, and I am a no.
All right, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this resolution? In the first round.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
As a member of the North Flint Food Market Co-op, I'm going to have to recuse myself from this vote, so I'll be voting to abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this resolution in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. I know I seem to remember one of the times that we spoke on this agenda, there was question with regard to how we were going to make the funds available via ARPA. Through you, Chair, to our finance chair, had that been finalized, where this 300 would come from?
There has been no discussions regarding where this money is coming from. It says on the resolution that it's for jobs, but but it does not seem to fit that category. So as far as I have not pursued this at all.
Okay.
I know that was a question that you had. Sorry.
Thank you. I also was of the impression that there was some more information that the co-op was willing to provide for us and have a representative here to answer. They not having someone, I don't want to see, although as is the councilwoman in the 5th Ward, I too am a member. So whereas I cannot cast a vote in support of approving it, I don't want to not have all of the information, or let me say it a different way. I want the co-op to have the best opportunity to be given full consideration for their request. That said, I'm not going to do it here now, but in the second round, I'm going to make motion to have this go back to finance for one more opportunity for the co-op to come before us and answer questions that we may have in doing our due diligence to support them best we can. I yield my time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to have the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I hear my colleagues state that they have a membership in the co-op, just as I had as well. But for your knowledge, you can rescind your membership so you can cast your vote, because that's what I did. I wanted to make sure that since I was an avid supporter of the food market, especially by being in the 3rd Ward, that you both can do as me and Councilman in the 1st Ward did, rescind our membership so we can vote for them. So that is an option. And you can definitely reach out to the leadership of the food market, and they'll rescind that, because, I mean, there's no need for us not to be able to vote on something that you are in agreement with, something that you are passionate about. So it'll be a great service to the food market, since it sounds like, we are all in support. So let's go ahead and put our rescission where our mouth is and rescind our membership, and we can always, I guess, get it back at a later date, maybe. But I made sure that I rescinded my membership so I can be able to vote on something that's really groundbreaking on the north side, because as we spoke before, communities are built around schools. They just they're redoing Brownell Homes. That's a top-notch STEM academy. We need to couple that with the grocery store so we can get people to filling in these homes in the 1st Ward, where Hasselbrink is also located. So imagine having a thriving senior citizen center, schools that are redone brand new, as well as the grocery store. That definitely sounds like a great uptick of the 1st Wards and North Side in general. So again, just want to encourage my colleagues that have memberships and I am in full support of sending this back to finance, because it'll give all of us an opportunity to get the necessary paperwork and agreements that we need so we can vote on something this critical. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Put it back there. Make the motion. Everybody talked already. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 1st Ward, you have the floor.
I'm definitely in support of the grocery store. As my colleague mentioned, this is definitely can be a great asset once it's fully operated and moving forward, and it's something that's definitely needed when we have a food desert hanging over there. So I'm in definitely support, and I did rescind my application with the grocery store so I can be able to vote with good conscience. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is everyone in the first round. We will now move on to the second round of discussion.
Yes, I will.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
So here's where I'm at with this food market. We got $94 million that came into the city of Flint. We have gave millions of dollars to different organizations to do different things. The Flint food market has thrived on outside grant funding and community development block grant funding, they have proven to us that they have leverage dollars. And a lot of times you guys have asked, where's the leverage money? For those who don't understand what leverage funding is we get money from other places outside of directly getting money from ARPA funds. So it says, what would you do if we can't fund you? Well, they prove to y'all that they can come up with all these different dollars without asking for any ARPA dollars. They asking for $300,000 out of $94 million. And it is appalling to me that we can't find the willpower to get 5 votes to move this food market forward. And even if we gave $300,000, that still ain't a lot compared to, we gave RS Kids Funds $1 million. We gave the land bank $8 million. 16 million? I mean, but when you look at how much money we gave other people, we can't give them $300,000. We need to be ashamed of ourselves that we can't. Is I'm in love with some of the decisions they made? No. Do I think it took a long time? Yes. But I am not going to be part of someone, even when Eric Mays was around, I supported him on this right here. And I am not going to be part of holding this food market up that people have came together to bring their resources, and they own $250,000 because I got some questions because they ain't got $1 million letter when you got other people, y'all ain't even asked them all these questions. Y'all didn't even take them through all of this. How ashamed we are to be for ourselves, and especially people that look like me.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion to keep the resolution 240404-T. I would like to send it to finance and keep it in finance until we get the information that we need.
There's a motion to send resolution 240404-T, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds for the North Flint Food Co-op back to finance. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 9th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. The resolution to move this back to finance, the motion to move this back to finance has failed. Is there another motion on the floor, or are we?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
All right. And so I definitely want to make sure that we give all colleagues the opportunity to vote on this as Ms. Burns makes her way to her seat. But I think it'd be fitting if we left it here. If we left it here in special affairs, because the documentation that Mr. Pfeiffer has requested and said that he didn't receive, hopefully that'll come between now and then, so we can move this forward. Because again, we no need to stall this. So all they have to do is produce the letter that may gain his support per him, And so it looks like that we may have a favorable vote in the 8th Ward if they supply that documentation. And also, it'll give, like I said before, our colleagues in the 9th Ward and in the 5th Ward an opportunity to rescind their membership so they can vote on this specific issue. Because, again, this is a win for the North Side. So this should definitely be unanimous. But yes, Madam Chair.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
through to you. Councilperson in the 2nd Ward, did you get your $250 back too?
Pardon?
For your membership fee?
The 250? Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. So yes, so Jess, I want to make sure that it's stated, because I know people were clapping, they know what they're clapping for, but yes, I did receive a refund of $250. So I am no longer an invested stakeholder in the market, so that I may go forth and vote for this Northside Changing Initiative. So yes, I did. Thank you for asking that question. So Madam Chair, I would like to put a motion on the floor to leave this resolution here in Special Affairs.
There's been a motion on the floor to leave resolution 240404 here in, in special affairs. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mushat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 2 no. This resolution 240404-T, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds for the North Flint Food Co-op, stays in special affairs. Moving on to resolution 240432-T, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds for the Community Engagement External Minor Home Repairs Hasselbring Center 1st Ward Priorities Neighborhood Engagement Hub as the fiduciary. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the 1st Ward.
I'd like to make a motion to move Resolution 240432/T to council.
There has been a motion to move this resolution to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 3rd Ward. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Councilman in the 3rd Ward, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Leon, Councilman Leon in the 1st Ward, for all the hard work and dedication you have done to try to save and preserve Hasselbring and calm the storms and the misinformation that's been going on with the interpretation of what the lease agreement is and what it's not. I've always supported Hasselbring, and I had never had no intentions to see it close or any programming to see it close. So when I was listening to people speak on it, I just was like, no one is talking about closing Hasselbring. No one is talking about shutting down the program. The lease agreement was up and they renegotiated the lease agreement, and based on what I saw, a new lease agreement was signed. It was signed. I'm not sure what happened, who got in somebody's ear and told them something totally different, but whoever got in the director ear or the people's ear got to giving them misinformation, in my opinion, that
Can you
started.
please pause the time? There's someone whose speaker is going off. Could you please take that in the hallway? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. And what's unfortunate is we down here fighting with one another when we need to be working together. I always said, and I still say, $500 is not bad. Pfeiffer, when Councilman Pfeiffer, when the Flint golf course came up, and me and you looked at that cost that they was charging the golf course. We pulled that, and we went back and had them go back to the drawing table to figure something out, because we thought they was paying $500 some a month, but they was also generating revenue. They went back to the negotiation table and came back, and we was able to resolve that situation. So with this, $1 a year, I was just thinking, dang, $1 a year. And then when I was listening to some of the speakers, they were saying, we can't afford, or y'all gonna make us pay. I never heard anyone say that they was gonna start charging senior citizens for coming up at Hasselbrink. Regardless of whatever the cost was, they said they was gonna take away $1,500 and use ARPA dollars to pay the $1,500, because originally, based on my colleague in the first ward, they said that they was originally charging $2,000. Maybe I didn't hear it right. My colleague is taking some of his ward account money, and he gonna offset the other $500, so they finna come out and still don't pay nothing. And then the director, if everything go right, will still be able to, and I don't want to say that because I don't know that situation, but they ain't gonna pay nothing. And then I heard people mumbling about him giving $6,000. Well, what else y'all want? Like, I mean, you mean to tell me that y'all was complaining about $500? This man is using some of his work.
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
So, we have individuals yelling out, and it is not public speaking. So we need to respect the councilman in the third ward.
All right, thank you for that. I would ask that the audience refrain from yelling out at this moment and allow Councilman Murphy to continue his comments. Again, we do have another meeting right after this one, so if you want to correct any information that you do not like up here or that you hear and you think is incorrect, please feel free to stay and comment during that meeting. Mr. Murphy, please continue with your time.
So, in closing, if my colleague want to take some of his ward account money and use it towards offsetting the cost, I think that's a win-win for everybody. And if y'all still don't want that, I'm not sure what the intentions is. Is the intentions to make him look bad, or is the intentions to work with him to move the Hasselbrink and at least give you a year to figure out how y'all could come up with it? And they got so many grants out here that make them offset the expenses, and at least y'all got a whole year to come up with something, and y'all could continue doing the things that y'all doing. And even if y'all didn't come up with the funding, Hasselbrink is not closing. Please get that out y'all mind and believe that that's close.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just to clear up, Mr. Murphy, on the golf courses, we didn't resolve anything because we went to paying them $500 a month. So we pay them to operate the golf courses. Here's where I am on this one. I've supported everything in the first ward that the councilman has brought forward. However, I think this one is a little bit in the gray area, and let me tell you why. Because we're using ARPA dollars to pay for a contract with the city. So if it wasn't with the city, I think it's a little bit of a conflict, and it's almost we're taking ARPA money that is very restrictive, and we're telling the community center to use it to pay for a City of Flint contract. And to me, that right there is a little, I mean, Mafia does that all the time. I mean, that's called, washing money. And I think that doing it doing it with ARPA dollars, I think there's a better way to do it than use ARPA dollars, because I think you're exposing us to a lot of danger because we're basically taking restricted dollars and saying, okay, we're going to give you restricted dollars, but then you give it back to us and then it's unrestricted. And to me, that is not kosher in my book. So unfortunate, I mean, if we're certain that we want to give them a free year, then let's put a motion on the table or on the floor to give them 1 year for $1 versus this, and keep your ward money. I would rather do that than use ARPA dollars to do that, because I think that's just a sticky situation in getting us in potential harm's way with the ARPA dollars. So with this current resolution, and I understand the intent behind it, I just don't think that is appropriate for ARPA dollars, to telling them to pay us back with ARPA dollars, paying the city of Flint bill with ARPA dollars. That, to me, if you just want to give them $6,000 unrestricted or for something else for an improvement, that's different. But telling them that we're gonna give it to them, but you're gonna pay us back a city contract, I think that's a little bit below what I'm willing to stick my neck out for. So this current resolution, I will be voting no for. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Through you to the councilman in the 1st Ward.
Y'all should probably let him go first. Go ahead.
1st Ward, yes, I said that, didn't I?
No, I said y'all probably should have let him go first.
Oh, okay. So this is going to replace the resolution that we approved before for you, right?
Correct.
Okay, so right now they don't have a contract. And so I'm hesitant to do anything as long as there is no signed contract. If there was a signed contract, and if it was a valid, listening to the councilman in the 8th Ward, if there was a valid use of ARPA money, did you happen to check to see if that was a valid use?
Yes.
And they said that was?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So if they had a contract, I would be leaning towards that way. But because there isn't a contract, a lease in place at the current moment, I'm inclined to leave the previous resolution and not get into gray area where there is no contract at this point. If it was a set, done deal, that'd be one thing. But because it's not, I'm afraid I can't vote for this as it is.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 1st Ward.
As stated before, I'm definitely in full support of our seniors and trying to get this situation resolved and making it fair for everyone, especially our seniors. And I'm in full support of making sure Ms. Beverly is still the executive director at the Hasselbrink, running the operations and everything. So let me say that again. I'm in full support of Ms. Beverly running Hasselbrink and no one else replacing her or anything else, as we have had conversation, and I have stated this to her before, that I'm in full support of her still being the ED and so forth moving forward. With this resolution, just again, trying to figure out a way to resolve this issue and making it super fair for everyone as much as possible, knowing the situation that I came into and trying to just work around the parameters of what's been put in place. And then also navigate the misinformation that continuously being put out there in the community. And so I'm in support of this. And then I would like to ask our attorney, if you can speak to this resolution the way that it is written. Is there a gray area here the way that it is currently written? And if so, can you explain and so forth?
As it's currently written, I don't see any gray area. The way the language is, if there is a lease that were to be executed with Hasselbrink in 2024, then the funds allocated under this resolution would go towards that lease, if that explanation makes sense.
So if we can come to some agreement on the current lease that has been negotiated upon, in which the president of Hasselbring has signed back on 7/19/24, if this lease is agreed upon and we decide to move up on this resolution amended the way it is, everything would be valid?
That's correct. And if that lease were never to be approved, then that portion of this resolution would just not become operative.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Oh, go ahead.
She had raised her hand.
I yield to the councilwoman down there.
Whichever one of y'all wanted.
I didn't raise my hand.
Oh, I thought I saw. I thought Jerry wanted it. Okay, okay. Councilwoman in the second ward. Then it's you. She said she didn't want it.
Okay. Madam Chair.
You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. So, you know, I never witnessed people clap against a council person trying to help an organization. He was trying to provide funding for the first year, and when they speak against not supporting it, there's hand claps. So it's kind of confusing. Is it that you just don't want his help with Hasselbring? Or it's just it's a gray area here that is really hard to navigate. And so we just need to ask ourselves, what are we doing? Do you all want help? Do you all want your council person that's sitting in this seat?
Stop yelling out. No, that's your first warning. No, that's your first warning. Stop yelling out. Go ahead, continue.
Thank you. And so, as the individuals that support Hasselbring come down here, let's look at it. Regardless, however you care for me or care for anyone else, our job is to work for the betterment of the city. Your council person is working for the betterment of the first ward. Hasselbring is in the first ward. Out of his $30,000, according to this resolution, he decided to forego some porches to make sure Hasselbring is all taken care of for a year.
Request for information.
So we can.
Please hold. What's your request for information?
Through you to the speaker. Madam President, being the president, would you inform us as to why it did not make the agenda?
So it's special affairs. That would be a question for me, but go ahead.
Thank you. This is not my my meeting. So we need to make sure that, that's the answer. So as we go forward, let's open up our minds and let's look at the end goal. The end goal is that you all want to lease, you all want to keep Hasselbring going, and you don't want to have a misstep in service. You want to keep things rolling. Going against council and not supporting the fact that he's trying to help you is not the answer. So let's work together so we can do something great for the first ward, specifically the seniors. And listening to my colleagues, I understand what we're talking about.
Excuse me, sir. I know you're talking over there, but we can hear you. Can you please go ahead?
Thank you. So we're looking at the chicken or the egg or the chicken. I don't care which order it comes in. I'm willing to leave this right here in Special Affairs. But I really want to pass it, so we already have the money set forth when the lease comes up. I don't see what the wait and what the delay is, but I'm willing to leave this here. But let's not stop the council person from utilizing his money for his ward. We all have $30,000 to use as we see fit for our ward. He see fit that he want to support Hasselbring. This is how he want to use his money. So I'm using my money to remediate blight in the second ward. Mr. Murphy, he used his money. Councilwoman Machette, she used her money with her community organizations. Mr. Pfeiffer used his money with the Asbury Church. We're at liberty to use the money as we see fit per the guidelines of ARPA. and this falls underneath the guidelines for ARPA. Ms. Dord, I see that you came to the front. Do you want to add something, or you're just here just so you don't have to walk?
I don't mind walking, but just a few questions. I'm here.
Can you join us at the lectern?
Oh, so do you have anything to add? I saw you came.
It is, the federal guidelines are, you can absolutely spend these funds on a community center. And so the federal guidelines of being able to spend the $6,000 on a community center is that is compliant. I will say that. And then the timeline, city attorney was correct. The way that it was written, that we would have to have this by the end of the year because it's in the way it was written. If you wanted to have that, we would have some flexibility if there was, could be repurposed for, because we're going through a fiduciary, that gives us flexibility. So if it was to be a lease that was negotiated after the new calendar year, because we're obligating it through the fiduciary, that's the key by the end of this calendar year. And then we have 2 years suspended. So we have that flexibility.
Thank you. So what I just heard, everything that's taking place is above board. First Ward supporters, Hasselbring supporters, I plead with you. Let your council person work with you. Let your council person work with you. Let's not be adversarial. Let the colleagues support you. I'm totally for this, so I would love to pass this tonight so we can move on to other bigger pressing issues we have in the city. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman in the 6th Ward. You have the floor.
Thank you. You made last week a very valid point when you stated I did not pass yours, but I supported Fairfield Village for the roofs and for the paint because I knew the conditions of some of their homes. And yeah, my mic is on. It's green. And yep, it's on. And so here's one of my things. They have a 5-year lease. $6,000 does not do nothing for the additional 4 years. It does nothing. It just doesn't. When we look at Burston, and we look at, in mine, in 2022, we voted as a council, before there was all this animosity towards each other, to give Mott Park a 10-year lease for $1. They didn't have the stipulations. They could lease out to whom they wanted to. They didn't have to give a 5-day notice. It was none of that. And they keep 100% of their profits. They do. So when we look at how often is this building used? Every day with the services. So when we talk about, and I believe in fair and being transparent, when we talk about not getting rid of Miss Beverly's job is posted. It is posted. It is posted, and it states the City of Flint issued, and this was in the article that was through Katie O'Neill, the mayor's person. It states the City of Flint issued a bid for a management of Hasselbring Center on August 20 of 2024, but did not receive any respondents. The city also posted a position through Human Resources to hire a senior center director, and the hiring process is still ongoing. So I think when we say we're keeping Miss Beverly, we need to be honest right here. I mean, this is election time. I really feel that it gives an unfair advantage because that 1st Ward seat is a coveted seat. I think it's a conflict, as Councilman Pfeiffer had also brought up, that I have written in my notes. Why are we paying $6,000 to give the city back $6,000 in opera? I'm not in agreement with that. If we're going to do something, then we amend it for a 5-year, give it $1, charge it $1. And so I don't like the fact how they're being treated, and we wasting time on something they should not have to fight for. Those doors were chained and locked underneath emergency management, and that center is now functioning. It's not broke. We should not be trying to fix it. We should not this council anyways, we shouldn't. Let her keep letting it work the way that it's working with the funding. That center is what it is because they have a person, a director who knows how to manage it. And that makes a difference. So What I would like to do, because one thing I do feel the 6,000, because I actually had someone with the Eric Mays Foundation wanted to play 6,000 for 1 year. I told them no. I told them no because number one, they still can't make the lease if they're saying it. They have a 5-year lease. So why get in a 5-year lease if you can't pay but for 1 year? It doesn't make sense. It's like getting a car, making one payment, and they're going to repossess it.
I'm sorry. Please hold. What did you say?
Request for information.
What's your request?
So being that they said that they're willing to pay 1 year, did you ask them if they could cover 5?
You know I don't talk to you. You know I don't.
Please proceed, Councilwoman Burns. Please proceed.
What I am saying with this, at this point, we're not going to give them any relief by giving 6,000. That just gets us past the election. I would like to have seen Councilman Leon put a motion on the floor to amend it for $1 for 5 years. I would support that. That's what I would like to see. I would like to see him put a motion on the floor for $1 for 5 years. That's what I'd like to see. So if you want us to support the councilman in that ward, do the things that this community wants. My ward, we did it. We did it with Burston. Let's do it for Hasselbrink. So I'm not supporting a 6,000 ploy. Give them the same thing that they would need. I mean, this is what I want to see. And I mean, it puts him in a bad predicament because he's, it's not going to be easy. I thought the porch deal, like I told him last week, was a good one. He was getting porches done for $2,000. That was great. And I actually voted for it. But I will not be supporting this at all. And we don't even have the contract. Where's the contract? It's been pulled back. How are we going to vote on this with no contract? That's crazy.
All right. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion? RL, stop yelling out. Yes, stop yelling out.
Madam
Is there
Chair.
anyone else? A councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I echo the sentiments of my colleague in the 5th Ward, in the 6th Ward. First, the councilman in the 1st Ward should not have to use his ward money to pay a year of the lease for Hasselbrink. And I agree with Councilman Pfeiffer. It's almost like paying the city back using ARPA funds. I don't agree with that. And really, the senior citizen center should not have to pay $500 a month. That lease should be, we don't even have the lease in front of us. We don't have a lease. But they should be at $1 a month, like all of the other centers. Like Mott Park. I don't even know, but I understand what's happening because, it's a lot of stuff going on here in this city, and I just need the residents to wake up and see what's happening and come down here and speak out. But it's not that I don't support the senior citizen center, but I'm not in agreement with this, and I'm sorry. I just got to say what I got to say. It's too close to elections. I see what's happening. It's almost like, okay, I'm gonna pay this for a year. What about the next 4 years? Pay it take your whole $30,000 and pay for the next 5 years. If you're gonna pay anything, I just can't vote for this. And Councilman Alameen, I was all for your first resolution that you sent to us on Wednesday. The porches, the $2,000 per porch. I was for that. I didn't know porches cost $2,000, but I was for it. But I can't vote yes on this. It's a little, it just doesn't feel right to, if you were just giving the organization money as far as for a beautification project or something like that, but you're giving ARPA funds, city ARPA funds to the organization to pay back to the city. It just doesn't seem right. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilman in the 9th Ward, you do have an opportunity to speak in the first round if you would like.
I'm fine. Go ahead.
All right, we're moving on to the second round of discussion.
Madam
Is there
Chair.
any councilwoman in the 6th Ward? You have the floor.
I would like to put a motion on the floor to amend the Hasselbrink that we don't have in front of us lease for $1 for 5 years.
One second. City Attorney, if we don't have the contract in front of us, can we amend something we don't have in front of us?
I would say no on that count. I would also say no on the count that the exact terms of any proposed lease between the City of Flint and Hasselbrink, that's an executive function that's done by the it's an administrative function done by the executive branch. It's not a legislative function, so I would say it's not proper on that count as well.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And right, and so my question be, why do we have this in front of us anyways? How are we even voting to give $6,000 on this resolution to whereas we are paying $6,000 towards a lease payment? So how are we doing that? A motion is always in order. So how are we even negotiating or voting on it? And it states, it's very clear. So we can't, so this shouldn't be in front of us then. You know, this should not even be in front of us.
What is your request?
Are you aware that it's $6,000 plus we're giving $600 to the neighborhood engagement hub to pay us back?
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, I am aware. And it's ridiculous. I'm not supporting this. We can't amend the lease. And so why do we not even, where is the lease? It was supposed to be here. How are we, this is putting what they say, the horse or the cart before the horse. We need to have a lease to be that's just business practices. Then we negotiate it. We negotiate the lease, the term, we vote it up. We haven't even approved the lease.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Are you aware that per charter, it is not the duty of the council to negotiate lease, but to approve them? That's the administration's job, to negotiate leases?
Yep, save that smartness for somebody else, because we can amend. We can amend. Are you aware of that? We can amend anything as council. I'm not going to render us powerless as a council. I'm not a step and fetch council person. That's not me. That's not me. And is she going to abuse her privileges again? Because here she go. We're going to have to warn her during my time. We need to understand that we have equal power. We're the purse strings. We're the check and the balance. We are. We don't give all our power. The mayor he didn't vote for me for sure. That's
Request for
sure.
information.
Here she go.
Please pause the time. What is your request?
Thank you. So I just wanted to read for the record section 3101 on the charter that the legislative
So is this a point of information?
Is a
This
point,
is a point of
point
okay,
of
go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you. So that the legislative power of the city of Flint is vested in the city council. The city council has the powers and duties provided by the law or this charter, including the enactment of ordinances and resolutions, enactment and monitoring of the budget, investigation and monitoring of affairs of the city. And so I just want to make sure that we are aware of our jobs. Thank you.
You need to worry about that EIN number. Don't tell me that you got, because you got a resolution on this tonight that you're on that bank account. You worry about that. And she needs to be warned for constantly interrupting. We have the right to amend. That is the power that the council can do. So she want to be with all this. I'm not doing this with you. Listen, House of Bring needs to be $1, period. That's the end of that. And we need to do that. We owe it to our seniors who made the decision to stay here, because many of them can move out of our community. We need to do something to keep them here. As we have children getting shot and killed in their beds, they won't ever grow up to be seniors, period. This needs to be $1. I don't know why we don't have the this is just
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman Murphy.
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. Now, here, as someone who helped put together the charter, we do not bring those kind of executive session decisions. The administration do, and we look at it and we can vote it up or down or make amendments. We can send it back.
Please pause this time. What is your request?
Does the speaker know that I had sent an email with a request to have the contract reconsidered, and it's not here?
I'm not sure how he would know. Go ahead, Councilman Murphy.
Here's the deal. Like my colleagues say, this is a political season, and I don't want to use my platform to talk about it, but it's evidence that they doing whatever they can by any means necessary to hinder councilmen in the first ward for doing anything to be able to move or make him look good in the first ward when he's trying to resolve a situation. So be careful when y'all hear people talk it's political and all of this different kind of stuff. And my colleague in the second ward clearly stated the charter. I don't think she was out of order. What I think we need to stop doing is going after each other because somebody is doing a point of order or a point of information to clear up misinformation. There are a lot of misinformation that's going out in the community, and it's dividing this community more and more and more. This country is divided. They divided in the state, the county, and we ain't making it no better. When you come down here every day or every week, it's somebody always calling each other out instead of us doing what we need to do. The attorney said it was nothing wrong with the councilman in the first ward. It wasn't no gray area, so that cleared that up. And if it was a gray area, the attorney would have to take the fall for it because he clearly told us it wasn't a gray area and the funding could be used for that. The problem is they don't have a resolution here to say, yes, we'll take the $6,000 because it got to come from the administration. It don't come from us. But just be careful to the public, to the residents in the first ward. Be careful what y'all hear people out here putting out on this man in the first ward. They is clearly attempting to sabotage his reputation so that he will not do good in the election. But God,
thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the first ward.
So again, I'm glad my colleagues in the 6th and 5th ward spoke about it being political. So again, to the attorney, can you speak to this resolution and let us know again, is there any gray areas currently the way this is written?
There's no gray area that I see. The resolution is written, and as it appears on the agenda and in the packet, can be enacted if that's the will of this body today.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. And then, Ms. Emily, can you come and speak to that again as you just previously did so we can get a clear understanding from what the attorney just said, since some of my colleagues is making this very political?
We have ran this by Ernst & Young when it comes to the ability to spend ARPA money on community centers. That is absolutely allowed. So this would be an investment in the community center, and that would be, it is going through the Neighborhood Engagement Hub as a fiduciary, and as again, they are, as the fiduciary, that meets the obligation of 12/31/24 for the end of this year.
Wow, thank you so much for saying that. And then there's just one more thing that was mentioned. I'm going through the HR on the City of Flint job website, and I don't see an RFP to replace Ms. Beverly at Hasselbring. So again, let me say this again. I'm in full support of keeping Ms. Beverly as the executive director at Hasselbring by any means necessary. However, we got to work this out, negotiating this with the administration or whoever. I'm not in favor of seeing her being removed, but I do want to help try to get some kind of resolution resolved that's going to be fair for everyone, so we can move past this and continue to do the great things that's taking place in the First Ward that we already been doing since my leadership has been on this council. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Through you to Ms. Storr. Emily, since there is no contract before us, after January 1st, all monies have to be obligated. We can move money from the original First Ward priorities to the Hasselbring, correct? Because it's already been obligated.
Can you say that again? Sorry.
Okay, we've obligated the money. Things change. So after January 1st, now we've got a lease agreement with Hasselbring. And our councilperson in the First Ward wants to use his First Ward priorities to help pay the lease payments, if necessary. This is all, speculation. We can, at that time, move money around. It just all has to be obligated, and then it can be changed. Because that's what we're doing with the 4th Ward.
Got it. Okay, so yes, the question of how your $30,000 ward priority resolutions are written, they're written to award money to a certain thing. So the 4th Ward is to the Blight Elimination Department. We are not identifying properties right now, but the funds will be spent in that way, and as long as that contract or MOU is in place before the end of the year, it's obligated. This $30,000 is to Neighborhood Engagement Hub. That contract will be in place by the end of the year. If the actual line items of how it gets spent have to move after the end of this year, that's fine, because the obligation deadline is met through the $30,000 contract with NEH, as long as it is spent in the First Ward on priorities. So the nuance of how it is spent, if it is spent, as long as it is spent by the fiduciary or by the department, and it is spent in those locations, we are fine, because in the "it is resolved" paragraph, it does not say that the funds would be spent for certain things. It is an umbrella agreement, and that is what meets the obligation deadline.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's where I'm standing on that. It's not that I'm against this resolution. I just think since we don't have a contract before us, that maybe this resolution isn't necessary based on how it was written previously, correct? Or was the previous one written specifically for porches?
The previous one is not able to be put under contract because it names specific entities, and that actually doesn't allow for us to do proper procurement. So we have to be able to do procurement.
So we have to redo the First Ward priorities anyways?
That is correct.
Okay. That's my time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the second round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just want to highlight two things that I heard. The first thing that we were talking about utilizing, ARPA funds to pay the city. That's what I heard my colleague in the audience say. And so I want to make sure that I'm clear. So this is through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Dorr.
Ms. Dorr, will you please join us?
So when individuals receive home repair, is the city supporting them in helping them with their water bills and taxes to get current so they can receive the home repair?
The contracts that were approved last September for Metro Community Development and Habitat for Humanity that were up to $15,000 per homeowner, those do allow for up to $4,500 of the $15,000 to be able to be used to bring the homeowner into good standing.
Okay, so thank you so much. So just wanted to be sure that I was clear on the fact that we are utilizing ARPA dollars to pay the city so the resident can get a service. This is the same thing. The council person is utilizing ARPA dollars to pay the city for service. This is legal. This is how he's choosing to use his ward account. And we need to be brought to order.
RL, that's your first warning. Please continue.
So I wanted to highlight that. And secondly, I want to highlight that what I heard from my elected seat is that we have 2 years paid for Hasselbring. 2 years. Because the councilman said that he's paying for a year. Councilwoman Burns said the Eric Mays Foundation
Request for information.
Please pause. What's your request, Councilwoman Burns?
Do you know you heard incorrectly? Because I told them no, so that is not the truth.
Okay,
no.
Thank you so much for saying that. So she told them no about giving you all money. Why would you say no? Why would you say no to a $6,000 donation
request for
to Hasselbring?
Please pause the time. What is your request?
Does she know I said no because they got a 5-year lease? If you can count for years of lease and the terms, it would still create a problem. That's why I said no. Pay for the $30,000. Did you know that?
Okay, and so that was an invalid use of a point of request for information. But to my point, every dollar helps. Every donation helps. So it's unfortunate that the Eric Mays Foundation will go to the 6th Ward council person to handle 1st Ward business. It doesn't sound right. And so let's stay focused. If they have $6,000 to donate to Hasselbring coffers, if they have $6,000 to donate to Hasselbring coffers, it is important that you all receive these funds, regardless where they're coming from. You all have $12,000 on the table. What you gonna do?
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion, I will go ahead and take my time. The question has been asked a couple of times about an alleged agenda item. Be clear, the item was never on the agenda to be removed from the agenda. So start there. It was never on, the agenda was never completed, it was not on there. And the second question is, if it was supposed to be on there, because I know it was requested, which is why the council person made his resolution this week to help offset that, to counteract what was requested. If the administration puts a resolution out or has a contract or whatever, and if they were the ones who did it, they have the right to pull it or not put it back up or do whatever they want with it. They put it before us, we voted it down. I guess they opted to not put it back before us. I don't have that information on what happened with the administration in that particular piece of information. I do want to make sure, though, that we are clear that when it comes to Councilman Alameen, he has been very vigilant in taking care of the First Ward. He has been trying. He has stated time and time again that he has worked with Ms. Beverly. Ms. Beverly has come up here. She had a chance to talk, and she has not refuted that fact. So I do want us all to be clear when we're talking about this. We understand this is a passionate subject, but the council person that you have sitting in that seat before you is trying to work with you. Don't allow other people to manipulate you emotionally or try to plant thoughts in your mind to get you away from the course in which you're trying to go. And you simply just want to make sure your senior center is secured and whoever you want running it is running it. That's where you're trying to go. All this other stuff, let these people fight. If that man is trying to help you, let him help you. If he's standing on the front line, if he's offering and putting up money to try and do whatever he can to secure and cushion whatever might be coming, let that man secure and cushion you. All this other stuff, that's their fight. That has nothing to do with where you're trying to get in the end. So let your end be where you're trying to go. Let that man help you get where you're trying to go. If you see he was trying to get you somewhere contrary to where you're trying to go, then that would be a different thing. But Ms. Beverly has come up here. She has not once stated what he's saying is false and it's not true. If he's willing to sit in a room and negotiate with you on your behalf, which essentially means if he's on your behalf, it's against the administration, that means he's very much working for you and working for your center. Forget all of this political season stuff, because at the end of the day, whoever's sitting in that seat's got to be doing something goodwill on your behalf. So it's no point in, if the dust clears and it's him, it's no point in you having an issue. All that matters to you, only thing that should matter to you tonight is making sure that what you need is met right now. And he's trying to meet your need right now. So focus on helping you. Don't let people emotionally manipulate you and get you in their political fights. With that said, this is the roll call vote for Resolution 240432-T, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds for the Community Engagement External Minor Home Repair Hasselbring Center First Ward Priorities Neighborhood Engagement Hub as fiduciary. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Your vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
I'm sorry, what was that?
5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no, which means Resolution 240432-T will move to council. Moving on to Resolution 240433-T, which is the grant acceptance for the Michigan Department of Environmental, Great Lakes, and Energy Water Pollution Control. What is the pleasure of the body?
I'd like to move 240433-T to council.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Murphy in the 3rd Ward and properly supported by the Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Is there any discussion? No one wishes to have discussion in the first round. Second round, is there discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Call for the question.
The councilman has made a call for the question. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Call for the question. This is the vote as to whether or not we will call for the question. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That call for the question passes. We will now vote to send Resolution 240433-T, which is the grant acceptance Michigan Department of Environmental, Great Lakes, and Energy Water Pollution Control to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
You can change your
vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
Oh, she just gave it to me. The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. Resolution 240433-T, grant acceptance for the Michigan Department of Environmental, Great Lakes, and Energy Water Pollution Control has been sent to council. Moving on to resolution 240434-T, which is the resolution resolving the appropriate city officials are authorized to do all. Madam Clerk, I believe that you wanted to comment on this before we go into anything regarding it.
Yes, and the title is missing, as you can see. I just wanted to point out that this resolution was drafted by the administration in regard to council's amendment that they did for the original resolution that used ARPA funds and they wanted opioid settlement funds. I put it on as a new resolution because it changed a little bit of the language that council did not vote to amend. So I'm asking council to consider this one, and 240325.1 that is on the council agenda should be postponed indefinitely because this is actually the same resolution. They just did the language a little bit different, so it wasn't as council amended it, so I put it on as a new resolution. Also, it needs to be amended because it does not refer to the resolution that it's replacing like the original one does. So you need to add that language.
Pardon, why?
Because the original resolution, the 240325 and the .1 that I drafted read that it is to replace 230414, and this new one doesn't say that, but it should. So if you look on your council agenda, the actual document 240325.1, which has a copy of 325, both state that they're replacing another resolution. This one doesn't state that, and it should state that. Even though it's opioid dollars, it'll be replacing a different ARPA resolution.
Okay, so you said 240325.1 on council is actually this resolution, but it had to be corrected.
Sorry, council amended it from the floor to just change the funding source, but some of the language just reads a little bit different than the original one, and that wasn't something that council specifically voted on. So I added it as a new resolution, and I'm asking council to then postpone indefinitely the original one. It's doing the same thing, this wasn't how council voted on it.
Got it. So when we get to council, 240325.1 should be voted to suspend indefinitely.
Correct.
Right, got it. And then this is the one corrected.
Yes, but it still it's missing language about the replacement, so it needs to be amended to add the line that says this resolution will replace the original resolution 230414.
So can somebody just make that amendment once we get into discussion?
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I make a motion to send to council 240434-T.
There's a motion to send that resolution to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 3rd Ward. Is there discussion? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Yes, I'd like to amend this resolution to include the language as stated by our clerk.
No problem. Madam Clerk, would you please state that language one more time?
Sorry. So there just needs to be a line added that says this resolution will replace previously passed resolution number 230414.
And I so move.
Support.
What was that resolution number again?
It is 240434-2.
No, not that one. The one that she said we're.
230.
230-414.
230-414.
Okay.
Alrighty, so first we need to vote on the amendment to make this a .1, correct?
Correct.
All right. So that motion has been made to make the corrected changes. Is there support? Supported by the councilman in the first ward. I don't think we have to discuss the roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution has been amended.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
Make a motion to send to council 240434.1-T.
There has been a motion on the floor to send the amended resolution to council. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilman in the third ward. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Councilman in the third ward, you have the floor.
This is the resolution that we talked about in finance. And this resolution is only moving money that we earmarked for ARPA funds and moved it to opium funds. So I would like to call for the question. No, I'll wait. Okay, my fault.
All right,
Yeah,
is there
so-
anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
And it was really difficult to hear our clerks, but very difficult. And so I believe we're saying is that the language is changing, but state it again, please. Because you sounded very muffled with your mic.
Okay, so on your council agenda, you have Resolution 240325.1, which I drafted based on the amendment or the motion that council made from the floor, which was to change the funding source. The administration drafted a new resolution, but it just reads a little bit different than what you had motioned for, so I put it on as a new resolution.
Okay.
Asking that you postpone indefinitely the other one.
Okay. And so this is the 36,000 that the deputy CFO stated we could do it back there when you were back there with them, Emily, and we were talking, which we could take that 36,000 in ARPA. He stated, I don't see him, the deputy CFO. I see the CFO to do that, and then we could put this back into ARPA. And I think it was, yeah. So I will be supporting this to take out of the opioid account. I'm done, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants the floor in the first round of discussion? Is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how no one would like the floor in the second round of discussion, roll call, Madam Clerk, to send Resolution 240434.1 to council.
Ms. Mashat. Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240434.1-T has been sent to council. Moving on to Resolution 240435-T, which is the grant acceptance for the Voters Not Politicians Education Fund, Flint City Clerk's Office, Communications and Public Relations. Is there a motion on the floor?
Yes, I would like to move Resolution 240435 to council.
Is there? There's been a motion on the floor to send this resolution to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
Yes, through you to the clerk. Was this a grant that we applied for?
Yes.
And what exactly communication and public relations is it going to support? Because I have some concerns about the organization.
So basically it's for voter education and election information, and it's really at my office's discretion, but what we would use it for is community outreach, social media, PSAs, and radio, television ads. We're also looking at developing some materials that are multilingual and that are for accessibility, like audio advertisements and large print information, that sort of thing, traditional media, but to create specific materials also to help develop our website, update our website, more election information, those sorts of things. But it's basically for communications and public relations.
One of my concerns about this organization is that it is rather progressive in nature, and as a conservative, I have deep concerns over using funding provided by a progressive organization. I'm in favor of supporting our communications and getting out the vote, but I want to make sure that it is fair across the board and that it doesn't have any leaning towards one area of town versus another, one group of a subset of voters versus another. I want it to be absolutely fair across the board, and I think that doing a multilingual is good as long as because we have more than just Hispanic speakers here, although that is the majority of our second language or our first non-native, non-English speaking. Yeah, there you go. English is not their first language. So that's my major concern about this resolution. Thank you. And it's also my concern about the other one.
So I want to make sure that council understands that it's my goal to make sure that both grants, anything that's funded would be absolutely nonpartisan, and I would be working with staff to help develop and figure out the needs. This particular grant has a very limited use time, which is the day after the election. So most of the funds would probably go to radio and television ads, but it's all based on what the clerk's office would want. The group itself is not really involved directly. They have their independent things that they're doing outside of this grant. So that is one of my major concerns, is that none of this is partisan in any way, shape, or form, and that it is fair and equitable in that way.
Like I said, although I do trust, trust in your judgment, I am very concerned about the funding source. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
I will be supporting this. Anything to make our elections fairer, easier, making sure we get out the vote, and English barriers, language barriers can and are an issue. And I'm going to also support the second one that's going to be coming up. I appreciate the clerk's office for looking for grants. I know funding has been very stringent with that office, and with things that have happened with the city, we may have some budget constraints and some issues and some concerns. So I will be supporting it. It is nonpartisan. It doesn't matter if you're progressive. It's nonpartisan. It's nonpartisan. And it states in it it's nonpartisan for the one. So I will be supporting this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the first ward.
Through you to the clerk, also with that outreach, will you guys be informing the residents of the precinct changes, such as like the one moving to Foss Avenue and things like that?
Yes, we will be, in addition to the information that was sent specifically to the voters in precincts 8 and 9, we would do more of an effort to voter education for all voters and residents, but that would definitely be a part of it, this education information.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you. I definitely will be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 9th ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you to Madam Clerk, has there already been communication with regard to that precinct change that was approved here recently?
Yes, to those addresses and voters within the 8th and 9th precincts, there was a postcard sent out, and they will be getting new voter registration cards. So they should have already received a postcard in the mail in the last week, and they should be getting voter registration cards sometime by next week.
Okay. Now, with this particular grant, the $14,000, did I understand that there was not an application per se?
Yes, I did submit an application.
Oh, you did submit an application for that one?
Yes.
So how much work has been done in anticipation of the grant, given we have 6 weeks to execute? So have there been any items already developed? I mean, do you have the staff to ramp up and get this out like we need to?
Yes, and both grants are in support of things we might already have in place, but what we have already, some of the items we've developed, it would just make it so we could send them out to all addresses in the city, whereas right now we might have some things posted on our website. This will allow us to pay for the postage to actually mail it to people and things of that nature. But I believe that the staff, current permanent staff that we have, could develop what we would need. So most of the information already exists. It's just a matter of pulling it together and then deciding how we want to share it with the public. So I don't think that it would be an issue to I don't want to say a full court press, but yes, to actually be able to implement a lot of these things on a fairly quick basis.
Okay. I yield.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 4th ward, you have the floor.
Yes, what also gives me pause, Madam Clerk, is the fact that we are not doing one-to-one Republican and Democrats at the polls as required by law as much as possible. So when we talk about having fairness and relying on staff, we must make sure that that is being done, because it has not been. And I don't want the city sued again. So that is my concern about this situation and relying on staff, because the staff is the one who hired the poll workers. Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair. So thank you so much. So I want to go directly to the source. You know, when we're speaking about an organization, I want you to hear from them and what they say that they are about. Voters Not Politicians, their policy platform It is to uphold the basic principle that ultimate power resides in the people and the foundation of our mission at Voters Not Politicians. And it also states that they defend and promote policies that strengthen democracy. And democracy is across the parties. And so Michigan government must truly represent the will of the people. All votes must count equally and all voices must be heard. Our representatives must be duly influenced by lobbyists and special interests and motivated personal gain. They also have other platforms that speak to fair elections, such as votes that count equally, being fair, impartial, and transparent, redistricting by independent commissions, and so much and so forth. So I just would like to encourage my colleagues that have some reservations about this organization, Voters Not Politicians, and in terms of them being fair, we want to make sure that we direct them to the Voters Not Politicians page, and just remember that we are engaging in these dollars so we can have our elections up to the standards where they need to be. And we don't want to, again, this is a nonpartisan organization. This nonpartisan organization want to supply dollars to help us have a fair election, for us to have an election basically that's propelled by the people. So I am definitely in support of any and all dollars from nonpartisan organizations that are helping us move our election process forward so we can have a successful outcome, regardless of who you choose to vote for. We want to make sure that we have everything in place for the residents to come to the ballots and cast their vote, and also to go home. So, so thank you so much for Voters Not Politicians for even considering Flint for this funding and for us to receive. And thank you, Madam Clerk, for taking the initiative to get this going. And I definitely support it because, again, this is a nonpartisan organization that's here to help us move our voting process forward in a fair and equitable way. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else who would like to the floor in the second round of discussion, I'll take my time. So what we have in front of us is the city clerk being proactive in her nonpartisan professional position. There have been complaints about so many different things as it relates to Flint and elections and how long it takes us to get things in and how we're getting information out and all of these different things. Our clerk has taken this opportunity to seek a nonpartisan grant from her nonpartisan professional position to make sure that whoever wants to vote, however they want to vote, will have the proper information that they need, that their vote will be counted, it will be tallied, and that Michigan will not be held up because of Flint. That anything else that needs to happen as far as the election and whatever the outcome is going to be will not be held up because of Flint. Flint is often last. Flint is always last. I don't know why I said often. Flint is always last. And so if you tell a person that you do not like how things are operating and they take proactive measures to make sure that things are operating as they should, so that whatever stigma or whatever thought process that people have when it comes to Flint and how we handle elections, so that they can curtail that. I think what we don't want to do is to sit in our nonpartisan seats and start having partisan discussions. I think that I want to commend the city clerk as well for going out and finding this nonpartisan grant to communicate with residents on when they can vote, how they can vote, where they can vote. Also to make sure that she is staffed appropriately, making sure that the equipment that we need is there and it is in place. And so I will vote for this. I'm in favor of this because, again, Flint can't keep being dead last when it's time to turn in results. It's not making a lot of sense. That has to stop. Not only that, but if the help was needed, the grant was sought, the grant was given, let's make sure that we do our part as a nonpartisan council to make sure this nonpartisan dollars gets to our nonpartisan clerk. Roll call, Madam Clerk. I'm just saying. Y'all.
Okay. Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. It's nonpartisan grant 240435-2 grant acceptance for voters, not politicians, education fund. Flint City Clerk's Office Communications and Public Relations has been sent to council. Moving on to the final resolution for this evening, final resolution in Special Affairs 240436-T, which is the Grant Acceptance Institute for Responsive Government, Flint City Clerk's Office, nonpartisan work planning and operationalizing election administration. What is the pleasure of the body?
I would like to move resolution 240436 to council.
There's a motion to move this to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there discussion? First round. Councilman in the 9th ward.
Through you to the clerk. Again, and this one has the application attached, so we see that it is an application, and wanted to get a feel for, there's an amount of $60,000. How did that number come about?
So that number was determined by the Institute for Responsive Government based on, I believe, the size of the municipality that's applying, and that was the highest grant amount, and they awarded that amount to the city.
Okay. And it speaks to, in the description, providing support for staff and for equipment maintenance. Is this going to be able, will all of our equipment be able to be maintained and updated or what have you? Or does this not reach that full, does this not provide enough to do that?
So this grant, although I did have to specify the uses after it's awarded, as long as any use falls under the categories and within the grant, this one is through May of next year, it would qualify. But what I was specifically looking at using this for was our AV counting board. We're trying to revitalize that entire process and how we are going to process the AV ballots. So some of the equipment that we need for that, including room dividers and secure carts, it's rather expensive. And I was prepared to move funding from other sources within the budget, but if I could utilize these funds instead, because the secure carts are, I'm looking at about $10,000 for those. And it's really just a way to lock the ballots up as we move them around. Room dividers, because we use this chambers for our AV counting board, for the pre-processing for AV counting board, as well as the early voting. So we have to be creative in the ways that we kind of divide the room. So I was looking at substantial room dividers, which will cost another approximate $10,000. Equipment, right now we have cell phones that the chairpersons use at the precincts that aren't the greatest. Some of the things that we use for pre-processing, like the letter openers, they're worn out. So we would be using it for a lot of those types of things, as well as specialized training for the workers in developing training videos for our AV counting board and pre-processing and other specialized training for the workers and staff. But mainly for this grant, I want to revamp our AV counting process.
Thank you. I yield.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th ward.
Yes, this grantor is a major concern to me, but I appreciate what you're using this money for, and I did read the grant, and I appreciate that. It's not that I'm against these grants. I have concerns, but based on what you've said and what I read in the grant application as well as the contracts, I'm okay with it. I just wanted to let you know.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. For you to Madam Clerk, so you stated you're going to be, I couldn't hear you again. So you're going to use this to improve your counting of the ballots? Is that what you were stating?
Yes, our AV counting board, one of the main complaints about our elections is getting our things in late, and it's usually because of our absent ballots. And we just want to restructure that whole process. And we have already started, but if we're able to buy some equipment to go along with our plans without worrying about how we're going to finance it, that would be very helpful. So that's why.
Well, this should be a priority because I have had residents who do early voting who state when they give their absentee ballot that it's placed on somebody's desk and not in a bin. So if this will provide a locked bin, and it should be getting some cameras in there too, because I've received emails at 1 o'clock in the morning from people prior to you who were in that office, and that's problematic. So when we talk about the security of the votes and when they're coming in, and I still got the emails, I'm not comfortable with that part. It needs to be made sure that it's for security, that when I give my ballot or whomever gives their ballot, that ballot will not be compromised. It is taken and received by whoever it is that you have deputized in that office and put in a secure location so that those ballots are counted. Residents are concerned. So I hope that with this is what you will be doing so I can report back to my residents to let them know that the city clerk is taking steps in preparation so that this when will you get this before November the 5th?
If council approves this resolution this evening, they will immediately disperse these funds.
Because it is a concern as residents see those ballots just put on somebody's desk. And if your desk can be compiled with many different things that you're working on for the day. So when you give that ballot, it needs to go, I need to stress this, into a secured and locked box. And there needs to be a dual process to where we're handling these ballots so that there is a balance and there is a check, because people don't have confidence right now. They don't. I will be supporting this. I hope you issue, to us, to council, what it is your plan is to secure and deal with the issues that residents have faced, to clear those up. Because like I said, when those ballots, I've received emails, nobody should be in the clerk's office at 1 o'clock a.m. by themselves at all, ever. We know what happened over in Flint Township. It was not a good thing. With what she did, she was charged criminally. And that, to me, we should have did this a long time ago. We should have had funds to do this. Making sure our voting process is secured is something that should have been a priority. And so I will be supporting this, and I hope that you're taking in what the residents have shared with me. And I think I've shared with you prior to make sure it's a fair election process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion? Anybody in the second round of discussion? All right, seeing as how there's no one else, 2 seconds for me to just tell you I'm going to support this nonpartisan grant. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy? Is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat?
Nonpartisan, yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Seven yes, 0 no. Resolution 240436-T, grant acceptance of Institute for Responsive Government, Flint City Clerk's Office, nonpartisan work planning and operationalizing election administration is sent to council.
Madam Chair, motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Anyone want to support that? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is a roll call.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett? Yes. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. It is now 8 p.m. Monday, September 23rd, and this Special Affairs Committee meeting is adjourned.
The council meeting will start at approximately 8:10. The council meeting will start at approximately 8:10.
me? Is that better?
I didn't agree to I might go never wear it again now. I'll never wear it again.
Before you leave, make sure because he's over here being Quincy in the seat. I said, he gonna get kicked out sitting in the seat.
That's not where y'all fight. I never have a comment.
I've been sick with the flu.
Worse than the flu. You're gonna be missing the job.
Who got you picked up and you got in that jail twice?
He's denying it. It didn't happen.
I was just getting ready to win. I had 8 King, Queen, and Deuce.
To run that ball.
He is probably cheap. You leaving? How are you? You took everything y'all was done. Thank you for that.
Call for them to
He
come
never
up
texted
here.
me and said how you were. He just called. Even if it's 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. He's like, and I said, okay. I said, I don't want you to. That's my mentality. So, are he, is he going to put I'm no, because we don't put tape on the door. I told you. The best way is to tape on the people's doors.
We need for all council members to please report to their seats. Thank you.
And then if you need some help to do that, I'll help you. Okay.
Let's get back on this nonpartisan stand.
What you talking about? I know exactly what you're talking about.
Democrats and Republicans.
All right. Boom, boom. All right. The time is now 8:20, and this Flint City Council meeting is now being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? You have 8 members present.
We have 8 members present. All right, so now it's time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Winfrey Carter, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, so now it's time for the prayer of blessing. But before we render the prayer of the blessing, we would like to acknowledge anyone that may have transitioned. So do we have anyone that the council would like to acknowledge?
Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Murphy-Carter.
I would like to ask for a moment of silent prayer for the family of James William Bennett, for the family of Miss Betsy Granberry, for the family of Sandra Green, and for the family of Willie Smith, and for the family of Mr. David Blake.
All right. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Schott.
Oh, no, I might have done it at the last meeting, but I do want to make sure that I do it at this meeting, just to be sure, for the family of Miss Jessie Adams.
All right. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
I would like to request a moment silence for the family of the Krugers, who are our ward residents who had a loss.
All right. Anyone else?
Also, Madam Chair, the Ballard family.
Okay, thank you. All right, so seeing that there is no one else, I will like to remember the family of Miss Kathy Charles, the family of Miss Kathy Charles, a dedicated resident of the city of Flint. And so now it is time for the prayer of the blessing. So, Mr. Jarrett, could you please lead us in the prayer of the blessing?
After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
All right. All right, so next we have the reading of the Disorderly Person City Code subsection, which states, any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from meetings. So now it is time to have any requests for agenda changes or additions. Do we have any agenda changes? Okay. All right, so seeing that we don't have any, we're going to go ahead and move forward with our public hearings. And we have public hearing number 240192.6, which is a public hearing for ordinance 240192.1, a public hearing for ordinance number 240192.1, an amendment ordinance to amend Chapter 46, Utilities, in Article 2, Water Supply and Sewage Disposal System by the addition of Division 5, replacement of lead service lines. So note that this ordinance shall become effective 30 days after enactment. And also note that the ordinance amended to address concerns raised by Eagle regarding potential conflict with the Michigan Administrative Code. And so I'm going to ask the attorney, would you like to add anything?
Nothing really to add beyond the description that the council president gave, just to note that this ordinance does make the presence of a lead or galvanized service line into a residential Tier 1 address essentially a public nuisance. And as the council president also noted, it was previously amended to clarify that any costs of a service line replacement will not be borne by the homeowner, but rather by the city of Flint in replacing and excavating that service line.
Okay, thank you so much, attorney. So we will go ahead and get started with public hearing 240192.6. So first, public speaker, Madam Clerk, for the public hearing 240192.6, and I just want to huh?
They just walk up and get a line.
Oh, gotcha. All right. So what we will do, we will make sure that we stick to this specific topic. So, and if you do not stick to the topic, then the chair reserves the right to remove your time. So please, let's go ahead and stick to the public hearing. Thank you. And Mr. Jones, please, we bring you to order. You're being too loud. Okay, go ahead. First speaker.
How y'all doing? I had a question to ask y'all. So, right now, we are supposed to be going into phase 2, am I right? At a meeting, when we was talking about that, I asked a question, after phase 2 was over with, would our faucets still require filters? And my answer was yes. So I'm assuming that phase 3 is going to be where y'all start from the water plant and work back to the service lines. Do y'all think it's a possibility that maybe y'all may have to do the service line or in-home plumbing again, being that we still need our filters even after phase 2 is done? Can y'all can't speak back now or anything? I guess not. Maybe y'all can answer that later for me. That's all I want to know.
Also, before you leave the lectern, please, could you state your name for the record?
Oh, my name is Richard Jones.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right. So, next speaker.
Hello, I'm Ariel Mitchell. For the record, you talking about speak specifically on the things that the numbers you be talking about. I want, for the record, from the city clerk, Davina, we appreciate you what you done talk about non-partisan to get them funds. Nobody else got the guts to do it. You remind me of the union
Mr. Mitchell,
taking over.
Mr. Mitchell, so please stick with the hearing on Resolution 240192.6. We're talking about the water supply sewage system.
And like I was saying, like the water supply, just like them garbage cans was gave to us, every citizen, and the woman asked the man, "Oh, what you doing the garbage?" He said, "You won't be in the house anyway. That's just to get us darkies out of our houses and say, get off the premises and what you're doing on the property, like they got me out of my 3512 Mildred Street and tore down my house and don't want you to have no parts in the money. We got 3 months to do it, October, November, December, and think we don't know that as the people and jumping on Ward 1 about using his money to vote for itself, to use his make them pictures thing over there and stuff, and you taking your money out of the black people's grocery store and getting the receipt for it and think we don't know nothing about that and all that junk and think the beat gonna still go on and Murphy ain't saying nothing about it because he got tricked but them taking the lawnmower and all that stuff and the beat goes on and in the ninth ward you don't want to address nobody but what his handkerchief head Negroes is, and he supposed to address us. Got 2 minutes to do it and he didn't. And filibustering around, and who you think you is? All y'all. And only body somewhere up there got some sense is Mr. Shaq. She talked straight to me, boy. But she said, you know how we do, me and you, with all that stimulus money she got in the, she said, she used to give me, you can get me turned off on myself, girl, but you, Miss Lewis, you gonna, hey, who is your pastor anyway?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. That is your time. Thank you. Next public speaker for the public hearing.
Arthur Woodson. I'm trying to see if violation remedies or owner violates. Do the owner, if they refuse, do they still have to pay the lawyer fee, attorney fee? Because I'm not seeing it on here, but I saw it before. Did they take that out? Because the reason why I'm asking that is because on that resolution, it said that it was amended. So what was taken out and what was scratched from the old one? How can we address this if I don't know what was amended, and then saying something about potential conflict with Eagle? What was the potential conflict? So how can we address this ordinance when we don't even know what it is that was scratched and what was put in and what was done? Either way, the city attorney for the city of Flint may maintain an action to enforce nuisance. Can you charge the person without it being in this ordinance? Because you know y'all break the law up in here all the time, and I'm not seeing it. One of the main things, though, is saying that you have to change the service lines. If I purchase a land bank house, or if I do a land contract, have you all went to see if those lines needed changing? Because the land bank houses were not changed when all the lines was changed during the crisis. So that's one of the main things that I would like to know if that is done. But still ask the lawyer, the attorney, if there's still a fee that the owner has to pay if they don't get this done. And then on top of that, what are the procedures for going to these people to ask if they are going to get their lines changed? I know everybody's head down. I hope somebody's listening. Everybody's head down. I'm just asking. I'm just asking because I don't see anything. Oh, there it is, including reasonable attorney fees. It's no, it says, but find out how much, is it a flat rate attorney fees?
All right, so thank you. So next public speaker. Next public speaker. And we're talking exclusively to the public hearing and the water ordinances?
I heard that. What I have to say about the water lines is that they need to be fixed, all of them. It's 10 years, plus one maybe, that we have had this problem with the water lines. And for myself at my home, they came and checked it and everything was supposed to be okay. But I do not drink Flint water. Even though my pipes are done, I have a whole house filter with Culligan's because I don't trust the water. It still has a smell to it, and after being gone for a while from my home, when you turned it on, you still had some rust in there. And even after a week of being there, of using the water and flushing, I still have a brown tint to some of my water. Not all of it is mainly in my bathroom. So whatever needs to be done for the residents' pipes to be fixed, it needs to happen now. And everybody knows that we've had a water crisis. They ask when I'm out of town, I say, where you from? They ask where I'm from, and I say Flint. Oh, y'all the people with the bad water. And that's embarrassing and stuff, and we see the key is the effect that the water has had, the lead has had on our children. And our children is important because they are our future. So we deserve to have clean water to drink. I have to pay my water bill, plus I have to pay the Culligan bill every month. And I really don't feel like I should have to do that. I pay my taxes and things. So I just need the council to come together, the mayor, whoever has to do it, to get it together and get these lead lines replaced because it's long overdue. And we deserve good water. We deserve water to be able to drink out of our faucets without having to have all that. Even on my shower head, I still have filters. You know, even though I have a whole house filter, I still put a filter on my shower head. And when Culligan came out today, well, 2 days ago, I'm sorry, to replace my filters, they say, well, this main one it's supposed to last 3 to 5 years. I say, I'm paying you all. You need to change that filter. I'm not going to keep that filter in there. So I requested for them to put new filters in there. If I hadn't requested that, they wouldn't. So I just feel like, as a resident, that I should not be paying the water bill that I pay for the water service that I'm receiving. Thank you.
Next public speaker. Next public speaker. So, go ahead, Mr.
Good evening, praise the Lord. My name is Mary Hall of the East Ridgeway Neighborhood Improvement Block Club organization. I'm here concerning the water. I have lead in the water as well, God is confirmed it. And I have lead in the doors. Lead, they supposed to come out and whitewash, whatever they call it, the ceilings and scrape or something, whatever. They are not coming back there in my house in the name of Jesus. I don't have no breasts. I got heart problems, fibrillation. I have lead in my bones. I take steroids for that. And I'm telling you, it's something else going on in the neighborhood beside the water. Because I've been there 55 years, and I have worked that neighborhood, and I can tell you the city charter, I can go close my eyes and can tell you just about the numbers and things, the streets to go to even do the neighborhood cleanups, because I did all that. But now I am sick, and I hold the mayor, Lord knows in heaven, I hold the mayor for responsibility. He brought Snyder here in knowing that he was the mayor of Flint. He was not state representative anymore. I seen him, I was laying in the bed, I seen him when he was going in the court, in the door, going there with him. We're not paying him for that. He represents us. And I hold him, and I know God hold him responsible for that. He was wrong.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Thank you.
God bless.
All right, thank you. All right, so now, any more public speakers? Seeing none, this public hearing is now closed. So moving on to the next public hearing, it is Resolution 240342.6, the public hearing for ordinance 240342, a public hearing for ordinance number 240342, ordinance to amend the Flint City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 31, General Offenses, Article 1, in general by amending Section 31.16.2, fireworks. And please note that this ordinance shall be effective 30 days after the enactment. So I'm going to ask the attorney, do you have anything to add for this amendment?
The only thing I would add about this ordinance amendment is the point of the amendment was to make the ordinance as restrictive as possible in terms of days and hours when fireworks are permitted in the city of Flint as allowed by Michigan state law.
Okay. All right, so thank you, attorney. So now the floor is open to discuss the ordinance amending Chapter 31 dealing with fireworks. So first, public speaker, please. All right, first, next public speaker. Okay.
Yeah, I just have one issue with this right here. How can you tell me that I can't use fireworks on church property? That's not public. You can't tell me that I can't use fireworks on church property. If the church let me use their property to do fireworks, there's nothing that the city can say about it. A person in 4(3), a person should not ignite, discharge, or use consumer fireworks on public property, school property, church property, or the property of another person without the organization's or person's express permission to use those consumer fireworks. How would you know if the person told me I can use it or not? you shouldn't even be coming over there messing with me, no matter what. So how you gonna find out if the person told me that I can use it or use their property? How you gonna know that? And then, man, if I'm drinking and having a good time, how you gonna tell me that I can't light fireworks and drink at the same time? Man, that's crazy as hell. Consumer fireworks should not be ignited, discharged, or used by a person under the influence of alcohol, liquor, or controlled substance, or a combination of both. I want to smoke a blunt and drink me some Douce. It ain't shit or nothing that.
Mr. Woodson.
Leave me alone. Hey,
Mr. Woodson.
There's nothing.
Mr. Woodson, so please stop his time. So let's please refrain, from using vulgar language.
Well, I can't
Thank
wait
you.
into public speaking. All right, you got it right now.
Proceed.
Yeah, you got it right now. I'm gonna yeah, okay. But anyway, how can you tell me, Attorney Cuff, is it, that I can't have a drink and light fireworks and smoke me a blunt? That's crazy as heck, man. Y'all turning this place into Russia, communists, man. That's crazy as hell. You gonna tell me that I can't drink and light fireworks, man? Everybody partying on every holiday that you say that we can do it on, that y'all dictating. December 31st, January the 1st. Everybody getting buzzed up that day. That's New Year's Eve. We're getting our groove on, man. And y'all gonna tell me I can't light fireworks, man. Then 4th of July. You know we getting buzzed, man, on 4th of July. Somebody probably got an ounce right down the street from the dispensary. And y'all gonna tell us that we can't light fireworks? That's crazy, man. I know you be getting your buzz on too, don't you? And then you be like, hey, man, let's go light this. Don't you, man? I know you do. You look like you're buzzing now. I'm just messing, man. I'm just messing. Anyway, thank you.
All right. Any more public speakers? Any more public speakers? For this hearing, public hearing is now closed. So now it's time for public comments. So next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Good evening, Councilor R.L. Mitchell. And I want to, Tabina, about this situation, about, hey, I see you over there laughing. I mean, girlfriend, I must get started with you. Okay, now listen. Mashak, I was told I needed a vacation. The people's in Flint, and I see this guy with this boat going McDonald's every day, and I asked him, I said, man, would you be going fishing? I'm gonna go fishing with you. He said, now look, because you always talk about fish, and then he said, I said, you must have got a private lake. He said, I do, and keep it on the down low, because a guy like you, I asked me to go fishing, and I told him not to stand up in the boat, and he knocked it over, and he started swimming, but he never told me what happened to the dude. So he's a barber too. He worked for Skipper. I mean, on Dordt Highway, and but I found out the dude had a fish market. That's what you remind me of, the Dale. You up there after you don't want the black people to have a grocery store. You took your money out and got your refund over there and the preacher man retired. What's his name? I can't tell the name now. He write the funds, but somebody told him 8 more years, man, than you. But he took them for all the black peoples. You know that supermarket we built over there, and Thrill Kill made all of us put our name on it and stuff, and everybody got a supermarket outside of Flint up the black peoples. And these people's so greedy, he told me that I be at McDonald's on Clive Road all the time. That dude was serious too. I wanted to go, I don't call his name because he be grinning all the time. I don't know what the dude what he gonna do. But he said, no, man, because you look like the dude that I told him, he don't stand up in the boat, turn the boat over, and then he said all he was just swimming and left. You know what? He reminded me of what happened to Jimmy Hoffa. All this underwork, all these people's coming into Union Hall, jump 659 and 598, stuff in that nobody can read between the lines. All that junk government coming in here, taking out us darkies because they don't want them to be in control over the dope money and stuff. Take that, and don't want to take the Hoffa money, using our Hoffa money to pay they. You don't be using our money like to be the clerk, city clerk, but you non-partisan. Yeah, you can go either way. You know, Democrat and Republican, all that junk. You remind me of the UN, trying to call the shot for the United States, call the shot over in Israel. And all that, and they're still doing stuff, fighting no one in America to know how to use.
All right. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Beverly Lewis.
Okay. So, Mr. Murphy, you made a comment earlier about someone being in my ear. Nobody's been in my ear. I was at the table from the get-go, and it's a lot of vindictiveness going on from the mayor's office. I'm just going to leave it there. Ms. Lewis, no one is rejecting help from Mr. Elamine or any council members. As I said before, we appreciate all of you supporting us, period. But the mayor and his mouthpiece has put so much bad information out. When we were in negotiations, he made the comment, Taylor made the comment, that the city pays all the bills it has to bring. Ms. Judy, that is not true. Not true. The only thing the city pays for is the dumpster to be emptied weekly. If you don't believe me, go back and read the letter I sent you right after your meeting on 8/7. With that letter was documental proof of everything that I said in the letter, right? Now comes the thing about the lease didn't come back up, right? So you didn't have it, it was taken off the agenda, whatever. So now, Ms. Mushat, you said it was never on the agenda. But Mr. Elamine, did you not tell me that you got a phone call saying it had been taken off? I know you don't have to answer, but that's what was said to me today, okay? So who besides the mayor's office could have had that resolution pulled? It's their way of dragging their feet and holding up our dollars. So I also found out today that Mr. Freeman over at the county is his big buddy, right? So that's the one who's holding our money. This is a smoke screen, y'all. It's a smoke screen. I only have a few seconds left, but y'all need to listen to Ms. Barnes when she says, my job is already posted. I don't work for the city. Think about that. I don't work for the city. I work for a nonprofit organization. What is he planning if he's got my job posted? Wake up.
All right. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Athena McKay. Next speaker is Melissa Zaremski. Carol McIntosh. Rosemary Morrow. Lottie Durrett. Lawana Terry. Gwen Wofford. Eddie Matten. Tori Robinson. Carl Lewis. Percy Knapp. Jatheen Brandon Ross. Still here.
I am so tired of listening to all the different things that everybody is saying, but still not, for me, I guess really saying what I wanted to hear. I'm shocked that Beverly's job is up for someone else. I'm shocked that Hasselbrink is still a place that everybody want to barter for. I'm just shocked that we are at this point. I don't understand how we got here. I'm really upset that we are here. I do appreciate all those, Mrs. Winfrey, Mrs. Burns. Honestly, I appreciate you, Mr. Jared, Mr. Pfeiffer. I appreciate you standing up and for us and letting us know how important Hasselbrink is to the community, because it really is. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't. Honest, I wouldn't. I wouldn't be here if it hadn't done a lot of things for even the children in the community. At Brownell, the children even before I came to Brownell, when I was at Gundry, Hasselbrink has done so much for so many years. And now that I can attend there and really receive different services as a senior, I have to deal with the things that's going on in our administration. I am really saddened because I was looking for all of you. Candace, I really was looking for all of you. Mr. Alameen, I was looking for all of you. Ms. Lewis, Mr. Murphy, Honest, and Judy, I was looking for all of you to stand up for the seniors. Now, I know you don't make the rules as far as for the leasing and all of that, but I know that you are strong. I know that you are powerful. And I know that you can have some things changed. You're not going to sit there and tell me, oh, Jetty, it doesn't work that way. Oh, yes, it does, because you have the power. You are working for the citizens of Flint, and you need to work for us. Stand up and say what it should be and not the way it is now. I appreciate you standing up for the police officers last Wednesday. I thought that was so special for the first responders. You showed your compassion. Ms. Burns, you showed your compassion with the young lady that was going to Hasselbrink to wash up. So I appreciate all the things that you do. But I'm saying you can do more than asking the city the $500 to be paid by Hasselbrink.
Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Let's go more in depth. All y'all know Mayor Nickelbag Nilly. Y'all know he's a little vindictive piece of pos. Y'all know. Let's go more in depth with Miss Beverly, because she had Rivet at Hasselbrink. He wanted her to shut it down. By her not shutting it down, she didn't kiss his ring, and she didn't do what he said. So now he's after her, like he done been after everybody else. Candace, he fired you when you was at state rep, and you did him a huge favor by writing that fake bio where he graduated or got a degree from SBSU. Yeah, they said who did it. They said you did it. Quincy, he went around saying that you was sleeping with somebody on video. You remember that? You remember that, don't you? How vindictive this little dude is. See, the sad part is y'all always talking about misinformation, people putting out misinformation. People coming up here, everybody's saying the same thing. Even the person that he's after then came up here and told y'all what's going on, but y'all still, this misinformation. Just like I tried to tell you about Pastor Bullock. And you still held on to Pastor Bullock until he threw that money at Pam McGee. Your loyalty is blind, bruh. You be knowing things wrong, but you still go along with it because you so loyal to the people, just like with Dane Wally. I mean, seriously, man, you're a good person, man, but damn, dude, wake up. And then you got Liddell over there bedazzled and bedazzled out. I'm tired of this shit. For real. This doesn't make no damn sense how y'all keep on fucking around and doing this bullshit. Grow up. Grow up. Judy, I know a bunch of Republicans. We're going to get you kicked off that committee because you are not a Republican. You done voted for spending more money than any Democrat that y'all talk about. I swear to God, man, you bring up more money than anybody. You spend. You're not a conservative Republican. For real. But I'm going to see what I can do to work and get you off of that because they don't like you anyway. I'm serious. You're an undercover, sneaky person, man. But I'm glad Ms. Bev came up here and straightened it out. Thank you.
All right, next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Audrey Muhammad. Rich Jones.
How y'all doing today? My name is Rich Jones. One good thing that I like about what y'all doing with Hasselbring, because y'all showing that y'all can reverse some of the decisions that the emergency manager put upon us. But remember this, when the emergency manager came here, they shut down Hasselbring and they reopened it. So y'all should allow that to continue. But one of the other things that the emergency manager took from us was our garbage contract. So I wish y'all could put that same energy in trying to bring our garbage contracts back. I think it was a couple of people that had conversations. Sister Muhammad was one of them, probably the only one that had some conversation with Eric Mays about how to bring our garbage company back. I really wish y'all would sit down and have a conversation with her on that one. And as far as Hasselbring go, once again, if y'all can't come to an agreement to where y'all can sign that contract, whoever name is missing from that contract, if that name is not going on that contract, we deserve a public hearing. And for some reason, I feel y'all need to be sworn in at every council meeting. I also feel that maybe the people that come up to the podium need to be sworn in, because it should not be a rule that y'all can just come up here and say anything. Y'all should be held accountable for what y'all say. Everybody, including myself, should be held. We all should be sworn in before I come up here and public speak. No one should be in this room just talking freely, because there's a lot of free talking going on. And that can solve a lot of problems and a lot of misinformation. Since everybody is accusing everybody of having misinformation, let's swear in and get it on. So if y'all can't sign that agreement, then let's have a public hearing. Let's bring everybody to the table so everybody can explain exactly what's going on and make sure everybody swear in. Thank you.
Next public speaker.
Next speaker is Kawana Mack. Zach Hairston.
Good evening, Council. Zach Hairston. Let's talk ordinances. You know, I'm going through some of these ordinances, and It's a lot of what I call grift. And if you look up the definition of grift is a petty or small scale swindle of money. Now look at, first of all, let's look at 240191. That's where you're trying to change the rules of public speaking. Now that's citizen disenchantment at its best. When the citizens of this community cannot come up here, come to this council, and be afraid of being thrown out or harassed, that's not right. And now let's look at 240235. This is where you're trying to throw out Miss Billy Danster. The behavior of some of this council is way far worse than what Miss Danster is doing, and she's a E&A board member, not a council member. Mr. Murphy, when you got on this council, I saw you buck at Mr. Mays behind his back. Ms. Lewis, I saw you almost start a riot in this council with no repercussions whatsoever. Now let's move on to 240324. That's just plain, straight grift. 240410, which has to do with Complete Towing. Evidently, the city cannot get another towing company other than Complete. Complete has been here for years. Okay, now let's go to 240427. The Neighborhood Enhancement Hub. Who runs that? What is the structure of that? What, do they have a board? It's a fiduciary or what? All of this money, every ward has got 30,000 they're trying to put for each ward, and they're all going to these neighbor engagement hubs. Why aren't they going to the residents? Why aren't what is the process for residents to get money through these neighborhood engagement hubs? The next one, 240428-T, $30,000 again. That's the fourth ward, $30,000 to the soup kitchen. Why not to the residents? 240429, the same thing, except it is labeled entirely wrong. 240428 is the same thing, labeled entirely wrong. Thank you.
All right, next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy. Eartha Logan. Bethany Hazard. James Moore.
James Moore, resident of Flint, Michigan, 2nd Ward, 1st Ward. I don't know, they keep moving it around. I'm glad y'all listening to me, but in all honesty, I'm up here to making a public apology to the city clerk for my actions earlier, for overstepping my boundary. It was not my intention, but stuff do happen. I understand. I see it down here all the time. But I am big enough of a Flintstone old man to apologize when I do wrong. And I thank you for not banning me for being in City Hall. So I do appreciate that you didn't even give me a warning. You just told me to step back, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Any more public speakers, Madam Clerk?
The next speaker is Mary O. Hall. Mary Hall.
She left.
Janelle Reeves. Chester Coburn. Vivian Kelly Sebron. Deborah Cummings. And that is the last speaker.
All right, so seeing that we have no more public speakers, public speaking is now closed, and now it's time for council response. Any council member who would like to respond to the public? Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. Art Wilson, no, he be coming up with stuff. This situation that anybody who knows Sheldon Neely know that Sheldon Neely, anybody who knows Sheldon Neely is a jokester. If anybody goes around him or he comes around people, he always joke about stuff. So these allegations that he making about Sheldon Neely accused me of nothing, he just done took it and ran with it and made it something else. That's just completely false. And then for the young man that talked about me and Eric Mays, let that man rest in peace. That man has gone on to glory or wherever he gone to. Let that man rest in peace. You coming up here bringing up old stuff about Eric Mays and my disagreement, I don't want to hear it. But you can talk about it all you want to. The stuff you're talking about is not accurate. So when you come back to the council, make sure you got your stuff together, because that stuff you talking about is not, I'm just sitting up here shaking my head. And you said you from out of town. Well, while you coming to Flint, why don't you do some research and figure out what you're really talking about before you hit that podium. And then the last piece is the young lady from Hasselbrain. I was supporting you and everything, but you coming up to council, the way you coming up to council talking about and this and that, I don't know if you making yourself look good by coming up to council. I think you should just wait and negotiate whatever you need to negotiate with the administration. We can't do nothing without their authority. We don't have the authority to negotiate Hasselbrain, but you coming to council, and I just don't think you making it look good for yourself, and nothing but love for you.
All right, anyone else would like to speak from council?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I'm gonna set the record straight. He did absolutely jump at Councilman Mays, because I was chairing that meeting, and it was why are you talking and I'm talking? No, you can't. Can you warn him, Madam Chair?
Mr. Murphy, it is Councilwoman Burns' time. No, I didn't give it.
So it did happen, and it was unfortunate. These council chambers are not always safe for us, with other council members wanting to fight and being combative. But I want to be clear that in the article with M Live, written by Ron Fonger, and this isn't misinformation, it was updated on September the 19th, and it stated in the article that the city made an announcement. This was the city's person, not us. They made an announcement that they were going to be looking for a new person to run the center. In this announcement, the city said it was releasing information about its plans to seek a new operator. New, as in not keeping Miss Beverly. Let's be factual. You can Google it. This is not misinformation. M Live article, updated, written by Ron Fonger, a real journalist. In its announcement, again, the city said it was releasing information about its plans to seek a new operator for Hasselbrain. That's a fact. Then it was posted on the city website. So let's stop gaslighting when we're telling the truth. They gave conflicting interviews with different news organizations, from 12 to 5 to Flint Beat to Flint Journal, and it kept moving it around. It's not fair to this lady, Beverly Lewis, because she's fighting for her job. If you want to know everything that went on, call her and ask her, because there's been some dirty, downright low business that's been going on. And it's not fair. I commend her for fighting.
All right. Anyone else would like to speak during council comments?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you. I would like to first thank the residents for staying at this late hour. Thank you for your insight and your opinions and bringing your issues forth. Ms. Lewis, you are, and she's gone, but she's absolutely right. There is, in my opinion, there are definitely some vindictive motives in regards to the Hasselbring Senior Citizen Center. And I just don't understand. This mayor and administration's blatant disregard for our senior citizens and their well-being is unacceptable. And it has to be called out. I mean, I really don't understand this whole issue. I don't even know why we're discussing this. Everything should be set. Our seniors shouldn't have to worry about anything. Instead of focusing on the pressing issues that our city is facing, here we are. We're talking about our senior citizen center. You look at the senior citizen centers out there in Burton, run smoothly, no hassles. And $1 should be feasible for our senior citizen centers. So I stand with the seniors, I still stand with them, and I stand with Ms. Lewis.
All right. Anyone else like to comment during council comment? Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
I see Ms. Lewis left. I do want to clear for the record, I'm not sure what conversation was had with Mr. Alameen, but as I explained earlier, it was never the council's resolution or contract to put before us. And so once we voted it down, it was not added back to our agenda. We all got the same agenda, so everybody can see that. There was a request made last week that Dr. Lewis attempt to put it back on the agenda. And so, again, the councilman in the first ward trying to get ahead of what was told to him was going to happen, but ultimately did not end up happening, amended his resolution to take care of Hasselbring. So be clear when I say it was never on the agenda and why he said it was pulled. He feels it was pulled because he was told it was going to be on there. It was never on the agenda. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mashat. Anyone else? Okay, seeing there's no one else, I will go ahead and take my time. So I appreciate the members for coming out and staying for during public speaking and voicing your feelings and your thoughts. Also would like to encourage our out-of-town resident to please, if instead of when you approach the lectern to speak to council, especially specific members, how about you go ahead and ask us? Or how about you just pull up to the Neighborhood Engagement Hub right there on Dewey and Martin Luther King and go in. They're a friendly place. They'll be more than happy to give you a tour and show you what exactly they do and to also tell you how they're funded. Want to encourage you to, to dig deep in the community. We have so many great things going on. Just like this Sunday, we had it was a big community day at Blackwell AME Church, located right there on Comstock and Sunny. Community came, fire department came out. They were able to give some kids some fire education and going into, Fire Safety Month, which is in October. So And no, they also were reminding the kids to tell their parents that the city of Flint is installing free smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors to every single Flint home. So it's a lot of great things going on in the community. So I'll encourage you to follow the Flint Second Ward. We report all things positive going on for your knowledge, because the best resident is an informed resident. And we want to make sure that you are the best resident/visitor that you can be. So thank you so much for coming out to the meetings. Thank you so much, everyone else, for staying as well. And we're going to go ahead and get this meeting done so you all can go home and enjoy the rest of your evening. So we are moving on to reconsiderations. What's the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
We have what, 2 reconsiderations here?
We have a total of 3. Hold on. Yep, 3.
Oh, because one of them was, a couple of them were put before the consent agenda and another one was after?
Look on the back page.
So let's see. So we have, so 2 on page 3 and 1 on page 4.
Oh, we have 4. Oh, no, I see where we are. 3. I got you. Thank you. I move to reconsider Resolution 24144, 240227, and 240191.
Support.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor to reconsider 240144, 240227, as well as 240191, supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. All right, so being,
Point of order.
Did you just say point of order?
Yeah, are these being separate, or are we in
No,
a
they're
block?
being all reconsidered as a block.
They're being reconsidered right now.
Okay.
So what's it gonna be?
All right, so Madam Clerk, just for clarity purposes, we don't discuss during reconsideration, we vote, correct?
No.
No?
There is no discussion.
You said no?
Yep, just double checking.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Can we separate a reconsideration? Because there are 3, or do they have to be done in a bundle?
No, you can definitely separate them, but the councilwoman in the 7th Ward did it in a bundle.
Okay, so if this doesn't pass in the bundle, well, it
Yes.
will. Okay.
But after that.
Yeah, I wonder before we got to agenda.
All right, so hearing that you said that there is no discussion, we're going to go ahead and call for the roll call vote. This is to reconsider resolutions 240144, resolutions 240227, and resolutions 240191. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Schapp?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no. I'm sorry, 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. Those reconsiderations pass. So now we're on to the consent agenda.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Any separations?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
24144, administrative consent order. 240227, to be separated, the youth jobs. 240191. I hear somebody want to call for the question already as I'm separating. Those are to reconsider. I want to do separate.
Hold on, Ms. Burns, so
Yes.
just for clarity, so after you said 240227, what was the next one?
191.
191.
Okay.
240324. 240410. 240427. And that's it for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I would like to separate 240235.
You said 420435?
240235.
Oh, 235. 8.1?
No, it's on page 5, the bottom of page 5. The public hearing for Billy Dansman.
Got it. Okay.
Down here at the bottom.
Any more? Ms. Winfrey Carter, are you finished?
I think that's it for me right now.
All right, sounds good. Mr. G.
Actually, I wanted to separate something else. And I'm having.
Which one is it, do you know? I've got the numbers bookmarked.
Hold up, I can look at it real quick.
Okay.
I think that's it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jarrett.
Thank you. First I need to get clarity. 240325.1. That was the Odyssey House. What did we need? Did we need to do anything with this, or does this drop?
We need to drop it.
Okay, well, let's separate that.
That was my.
240402, the first responder mental health. 240427, the first ward.
That's already separated.
Yeah.
Oh, they are, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, you did. Did we separate 240429?
No.
Okay, let's do that. And then.
Hold on, you said 429, okay, page 10, okay.
And then, did we have to do, we brought over the 240432, correct?
You said 432?
Yeah, or is it a .1 now, or on page 10?
It's not a .1.
No, it's not a .1.
Okay, let's separate that. 240432, the first ward priorities. And that's I think all I have.
All right, any more?
Madam Chair, I have a question about resolution 240428-T. So it says fourth ward priorities, but the description is 8th ward.
Hold on, and we are at.
That's page 9.
Oh, okay.
But the resolution is the one that counts, not necessarily the description.
Because then the next one does say 8th ward. The next one says 8th ward, and it is the 8th ward description as well. But you said you're fine with it as long as the resolution is correct, Judy?
Yep, that's exactly what it says.
Okay.
In the resolution, so it's good. You just have to notate it, the resolution.
No problem. All right. I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, so we're leaving that as is?
Yeah, she said she's fine with it because the resolution is correct.
Okay. All right, so it looks like we are looking at passing resolutions 240420, 240421, 420422, 240423, 240428, 24. So you separated 428?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So 240433, 240434, and 240435. as well as 240-436, 240-192, and 240-342. So those are the resolutions that will be passed in the consent agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair.
Madam Clerk.
Well, she's getting it.
Yeah, they did.
Ms. Lewis.
Mr. Let's be in order. Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no, so the consent agenda passes. So now we are on to resolution 240-144. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Make a motion to approve 240-144.
All right, motion on the floor to approve that resolution. Any support? Support.
Madam Chair.
Supported by the councilman in the first ward. And go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Call question.
All right, so call for the question for resolution 240-144. Any support?
Support.
Supported by the councilman in the third ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk, for calling the question.
Now, he here to explain this stuff. This is crazy. To go over it. He gave us a whole spreadsheet to go over it.
Mr. Murphy?
He did. He wanted us to talk about it.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
I abstained because the DPW director requested that he be able to discuss. That is a conflict because we need to know about our water and administrative consent order.
Ms. Burns, so that is an improper use of an abstention, and you have a good evening. So proceed, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no for a call for the question. So now it's time to vote to approve resolution 240-144. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell, would you please step back? Mr. Mitchell, again.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
And the vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. So resolution 240-144.
That was called a question.
No, it wasn't. It's the
that was
vote.
the vote.
Yep, Ms. Priestley, I'm chairing this meeting. I appreciate your help.
Sorry.
All right. So we on resolution resolution 240-144 passes. Now we're on resolution 240-227.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve resolution 240-227, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds grants for Youth Drive Training Faith Foundation resources.
All right. So there is a motion for to approve. Any support? Supported by Councilman in the first ward. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Oh, go ahead, Ms.
I'd like to call the question.
All right, Ms. Mashat, call the question. Any support?
Support.
Supported by Ms. Priestley. Roll call, Madam Clerk, for calling the question.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. The vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no for calling for the question. So now we're going to go straight to the roll call vote for Resolution 240-227. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
And the vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. Resolution 240-227 has passed. So next we are at the second reading enactment of ordinances, Resolution 240-191.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
I'd like to make a motion to pass Resolution 24019. I'd like to make a motion to pass Resolution 240-191, which is the amendment of the. There we go.
All right, supported by the councilwoman in the fourth
Madam
ward.
Chair.
So go ahead. I heard you, Mr. Murphy.
No, you didn't hear me, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Madam
No.
Chair.
Well, let's be clear. I know what I heard. So you said that wasn't you call. Okay. Now go ahead.
I absolutely can support ensuring that persons can live a life free of threats. I do. I can. To that, I would like to amend this motion to add some verbiage to point C under threats, where it says threats against local public officials, and I would like to include threats against, and the inclusion is any person, including local public officials. I think that, again, this ordinance, if it's going to be amended, should be amended to protect the whole of the community and not just those of us who sit in these seats, but all should be. If we're serious about guarding against threats, I think it appropriate to include any person, including local officials, to which prior to this evening's meeting, I did consult with our attorney, and he was in agreement with this type of inclusion of verbiage. Madam Chair, through you.
Point of information.
So what is your request for information?
Request,
excuse me, Ms. Priestley, let's be acknowledged. What is your request for information?
Through you to the speaker. Where did you want to word? You just want to word the word, add the word any?
I want to add in letter C.
The capital C.
Capital C, threats against, and what I want to add is any person, including local public officials. So I want to include the entire public. Madam Chair, through you to the attorney.
Mm-hmm.
Attorney Cups, when we spoke earlier today, the inclusion of that verbiage you stated you did not have or see any problem with. Would you share that opinion with the group, please?
I think the ordinance as it is written is currently enforceable by the city attorney's office. I think the ordinance with the proposed amendment from the 9th Ward council person is enforceable by the city ordinance.
Thank you, sir. That's, again, to amend it, to include that is what I have. Thank you.
All right, is that your time?
That's my time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was a motion? Okay, so I don't want to be clear. So what is your motion?
My motion is to amend the ordinance to a point one, I guess it would be, to include In point C, threats against, and the inclusion is any person including, and then it would say local public officials.
All right, so there is a motion on the floor to amend Resolution 240191 to appoint one to include all persons. So is there any support?
Support.
All right, supported by the Councilman Murphy. So any discussion? Oh, sorry, no discussion. All right, so we go straight to the vote for amendments. So roll call, Madam Clerk, for amendment for Resolution 240191.1.
Mr. Al-Alamin? No. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 2 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 4 no, so that amendment fails. So now we are,
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
The reason why I voted no on that is because I wanted to discuss before we voted. I had questions that I wasn't allowed to ask before. And I definitely want to clear this up. Is there, through you to the city attorney, do we currently have language where a threat made against any person is a legal issue, enforceable by ordinance or law? I mean, because it seems like we're just trying to tighten this up for public officials in this ordinance, but is there another ordinance out there that would allow anybody? So threats against any person as he wants to change.
Depending on the nature of the verbal threat, it could fall under the assault and battery ordinance as an assault. An assault is essentially an imminent threat to commit a battery if it places them in imminent threat of harm, and a battery is the actual touching. So depending on the nature of whatever the words or the threat is, it could be prosecuted under the assault portion of the assault and battery ordinance.
Okay. So anybody could sit there and make a threat without following through according to this and be prosecuted under this ordinance, regardless of where they are, correct? So if my neighbor threatens to kill me, and I'm not a public official, and I know that my neighbor would not do that.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Through the speaker to you, through the speaker to the city attorney, are there not already laws in place to protect the general public from that? You can't just say that to people anyway.
Yeah, that's
literally already against the law.
That's what I'm trying to clear up, because I didn't think that the language was necessary to be enforceable. This is more directed towards us as public officials and elected public officials and people who are working in the administration, because they get threats too. You know, I mean, there's already laws on the books that prevent that, but we're trying to tighten it up for the city, for public officials. I'm just trying not to make it too broad of an ordinance that would make it so cumbersome that it can't really be enforced or won't be enforced. And there's a difference between can't and won't. Am I making sense? It's past 10:30. Well, no, it's not. I can't blame that. 10:30 is my cutoff for my brain.
Ms. Priestley?
Yeah.
It's 9:41.
I noticed that. Thank you.
Okay, you said 10:30.
I know it. I say at 10:30 my brain shuts down. Attorney Cups, did I make sense, or am I?
I think I understand the point you're making, and I think I go back to my previous comment that The ordinance in its current form can be enforced by the city attorney's office. The ordinance with the amendment that was proposed and rejected by this body could also have been enforced by the city attorney's office.
Otherwise, we'd have to go to the prosecutor. So if it's a non-public official, that would go through the county?
No, it depends on the nature of the assault or the assault and battery. The city attorney's office has the ability to prosecute misdemeanors in district court. The county prosecutor's office also has the discretion to prosecute misdemeanors as well as sole exclusive ability to prosecute felonies and serious misdemeanors.
Okay. After this is the second reading of the ordinance, and I surely appreciate the councilman's from the 9th Ward's amendment and understand where he's going with that. But I think I would like to pass it as is, and then we can always try to amend it at another time. Because it's gone so far, and I don't want to hold up anymore because we're still getting threats. And I want something that we can enforce as soon as possible. So I'm done. I yield my remainder of my time.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Call the question.
All right, so we're going to call for the question for Resolution 240191. Any support? Supported by the councilman in the 3rd Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
To vote to call the question.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
No.
Mr. Alamin. Yes. The vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no for call for the question. That passes. So now it's time to pass Resolution 240191. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
No.
Mr. Alamin. Yes. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. So that ordinance moves on. So now we are on Resolution 240235.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Move to adopt.
Oh, so
Support.
All right, so the motion to adopt the resolution motion to approve Resolution 240235, and it's supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Okay. All right. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Okay. So go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Call for the question.
Call for the question. Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. So we're gonna call for the question for this resolution 240235. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. Roll call.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
No.
Mr. Alamin. Yes. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. So that call for the question passes. So now we're on for approval for Resolution 240235, the public hearing for the removal for cause for Accountability Board member Billy Dantzler. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I thought that was us passing it. Yes.
No. That was the call for the
Okay, I'm with you. Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
No.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no, so that resolution passes. So now we're on to the other separated resolution, 240324, the reallocation of ARPA funds.
Move to pass.
All right, so
Support.
Motion to pass 7th Ward, supported by 4th Ward.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Call the question.
All right, call for the question. It's supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett. No. Mr. Alamin. Yes. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. So now we're on to approval for Resolution 240324. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Byrne. I'm sorry. Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett. Is not in. The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no, so that resolution has been approved. Now we're on to Resolution 240325.1.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
Move to drop indefinitely.
All right, is the motion for us to drop indefinitely?
Support.
Supported by the Councilwoman of the 7th Ward. Any discussion? All right, we're going to call for that roll call vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. So that resolution has been dropped indefinitely. Moving on to Resolution 240402. What's the pleasure of this body?
I move for approval.
I move for approval. Councilman in the 3rd Ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward.
Call for the question.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and we see that we don't have any debate. Do we have any debate?
No.
All right, so we're going to move forward with the roll call vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Okay, I got you.
I'm sorry. So the question was not.
No, we didn't have any debate.
Okay. Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley. Yes. Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no, so that resolution has been approved. Now we're on to Resolution 240410. Pleasure of the body.
Actually, Madam Chair, I move that we approve Resolution 240410, 240427, 240428, 240432. I thought that passed with the consent agenda. Nobody separated that. It was? 240429 as well.
All right, so just making sure that we didn't miss one. All right, so there's a motion on the floor to approve the rest of the resolutions. 240410, 240427, 240428, 240429, 240432. Any support? Support. Supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Any debate? Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Donahue.
240427 is the second resolution for the 1st Ward priorities, of which you have 240432, so you would be adopting them both. So I believe 427 needs to be postponed indefinitely if that is the.
Okay. All right. So you said 427 is the one that we want?
432 is the one that includes the
He doesn't want
Hasselbring.
427.
Okay, so he doesn't want 427? I want to make sure I'm clear.
427 was his original.
Okay.
Is not the original. It goes to all the NEH for all of it.
427 is the one that needs to be dropped.
428?
No, what was the other number?
432.
432 is the updated one with the Hasselbring.
Yeah, 432 is the one we want. So, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to pass the remaining agenda items except for Resolution 240427-T.
All right, so is this going to substitute the motion that you made? Okay, any support? Support. Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is absent. Mr. O'Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. So those resolutions have passed. So now we're at Resolution 240427, the pleasure of this body.
Make a motion to drop.
All right, there's a motion to drop indefinitely Resolution 240427. Any support?
Support.
Supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any debate? All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is absent. Mr. O'Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. So that resolution
Motion to
has been
adjourn.
dropped indefinitely.
Support.
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward said there's a motion to adjourn, supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Mr. O'Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. The time is 9:54, and your Flint City Council meeting is officially adjourned.